punishing us all.
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the closed session items. Any person wishing to speak on any item in the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes. We don't have any speakers?
We do not.
All right, we still got to read what we're going to discuss. And we'll start with item, well, first a motion and a second.
So move.
Second.
And the first item is public employee employment discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957. The following item is student expulsion reinstatements, expulsion enrollments. Third item is conference with labor negotiators. And then we have 3.4 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and/or D3. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims 1. Vote by board members?
Aye.
Aye. 7:20. And we'll go to the open session. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And if it's okay, I'd like to ask our very own Vice President, Ms. Nancy O'Calley, would you like to lead us? Ms. Stephanie Lewis, would you like to lead us in the, would you like to lead us in the flag?
Nancy and I will be happy to.
Me and Martinez get it all the time. Yeah.
Oh, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give our Vice President a round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Next, we go to report out of closed session.
Thank you, President Montes. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Anthony Blake, High School Assistant Principal, Carter High School. The roll call vote was as follows. President Montes, yes. Vice President Lewis, no. Clerk O'Kelly, yes. Member Martinez, yes. Member Walker, no. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Michael Pfeiffer, Jr., High School Assistant Principal, Rialto High School. The roll call vote was as follows. President Montes, yes. Vice President Lewis, yes. Clerk O'Kelly, yes. Member Martinez, yes. And Member Walker, abstention. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Elizabeth Ontiveros Hernandez, Middle School Assistant Principal, Cove Middle School. The roll call vote was as follows. President Montes, yes. Vice President Lewis, no. Clerk O'Kelly, yes. Member Martinez, yes. Member Walker, yes. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Ramon Aguilar, Middle School Assistant Principal, Cove Middle School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Michelle Nellen, Middle School Assistant Principal, Coursera Middle School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dr. Kenneth Miralles, Middle School Assistant Principal, Coursera Middle School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Jennifer Cuevas, Middle School Principal, Coursera Middle School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Tammy Butler, Elementary Principal, Warner Elementary School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Dr. Natasha Jones, Elementary School Principal, Simpson Elementary School. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved Resolution 21-2251 to increase the work year of Assistant Principal Continuation High School for the 2022-2023 school year. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved Resolution 21-2251 to increase the work year of the Principal Continuation High School for the 2022-2023 school year. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved an agreement for the resignation of certificated employee number 2895332. The roll call vote was unanimous. The Board of Education approved Resolution 21-2249 to increase the work year of the Agent Facilities Planning for the 2022-2023 school year. The roll call vote was unanimous. That is all we have.
Thank you, Dr. Avila. Next, we go to adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So
Do we have a
moved.
second? Do we have any polls or changes? All right, vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to presentations B, Rialto Council PTA 2021-2022 Reflections Program Award for Boyd Elementary students. And Ms. O'Calley is going to help us with this prestigious recognition.
Need some help, man?
We'll take those for you, Nancy.
I'll put them down right here. Okay, thanks. Well, this is very exciting. Tonight we are extremely excited to honor a quartet of Bulldogs for excellence in artistic achievement. These four Boyd Elementary School first grade students participated in the 21-22 Parent-Teacher Association, PTA, Reflections Program, an annual National Arts Recognition and Achievement Program for students pre-K through grade 12. To share background on the Reflections Program, each year nationally more than 300,000 students create original works of art in response to a student-selected theme for the Reflections Program. This program was established in 1969 by National PTA Board member Mary Lou Anderson. Since that time, more than 10 million students have participated in the Reflections Program. Students submit their completed works of art in one or all of the available arts categories: dance, choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, and visual arts. This program helps students develop artistic literacy, increase confidence, and find a love for learning that will help them become more successful in school and in life. Ms. Myrna Ruiz, Rialto Council of PTA's treasurer, was the chairperson for the Reflections Program. Ms. Ruiz stated, the Rialto Council of PTAs would like to congratulate all four student winners. We are so proud of their awesome entries in the Reflections Program. Each of them did an outstanding job in displaying their artistic talent, and I know this is just the beginning for them. Thank you to the parents as well for allowing your child to participate in and support our PTA. We hope to see your work again in next year's Reflections Program. The 2021 to 2022 school year theme for the Reflections Program was, I will change the world by, and they had to fill that in. Please join us now in honoring these four Boyd Elementary School student winners from the Reflections Program. Please come up when I call your name. Michaela Zubizarreta, I hope I pronounced that right. She's not here, okay. Michaela Thomas. Congratulations, go ahead, stay over here. Catherine Bergen. Go stand with the other ones up there, hon. And Victoria Silva. So please go up there. We want to shine an extra spotlight on Catherine. Catherine created an original song entitled Your Papa for the competition, and she advanced to the California State PTA Reflections Program. After a first place finish in the 5th District PTA Reflections Program. That's a pretty big achievement. Congratulations, Catherine. Additionally, Michaela, Victoria, and Michaela Each entered the competition in the visual arts category and advanced to the 5th District PTA competition, which includes 9 PTA councils from San Bernardino County, representing more than 160 schools. We want to thank Rialto Council of PTAs, as well as the J. Calvin Boyd PTA, which was established in 1954, for participating in the Reflections program. The Rialto Council of PTAs is crucial in building and sustaining school communities to positively impact the lives of all children and families. We celebrate the work you do in being advocates for our students and honoring their artistic achievement with the Reflections program. Let's hear it one more time for Victoria, Michaela, Catherine, and the other Michaela who's not here. Students, are your teachers here?
Chairs here.
Okay, we'd like you and parents of the students.
Can we get one picture with the students, the parents, and the PTA, and then we'll get a separate picture with the board?
Yeah. Ooh, they get a pan.
Okay.
So before we do that, I do want to say a couple of words. I wanted to thank Dr. Avila, Board President Montes, and the board for recognizing our students and their hard work. Also, thank you, Ms. Garvin, for all your hard work and supporting our PTA and Reflections program as always. And we also have Kara Malone, who is our Rialto Council President for this term, and Maria Runhill, who is also part of our committee, our Reflections committee. So without them, we couldn't do this, and definitely without the students, thank you.
If we can have the board and the PTA leaders, and then we'll get one with the parents as well, please. I just want to make sure that we do justice with those pictures. If we can have some on this side. There you go. And everyone, if you can smile and look at Ms. Ortiz's lens right there, the students are already smiling, we know why. Look over here. Catherine right there. Okay, and now if we can have the parents join. I'm off.
The bottom and top.
Yeah, I like the down.
This picture will be sent to the Rialto Council PTA, and we'll make sure that we give you the professional copy.
On the count of 3. 1. It's the red in the front, yeah.
Best picture taken.
Just so you all know, Catherine has agreed to perform her song for the whole school in the fall.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly, and thank you, PTA, and all of the students. Congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Avila, for allowing us to give some recognition to our students, and we're thankful for all of PTA's good hard work. Next, we go to a very special presentation as well and it's Rialto USD Nutrition Services Terrific 20 of Senate 20, District 20 Award recipient by State Senator Connie Leyva and our very own Vice President, Ms. Stephanie Lewis, is going to help us with that.
Yes.
I saw Sarah.
At the June 8th, 2022 Rialto Unified School District Board of Education meeting, Mr. Michael Townsend, District Representative for Senator Connie Leyva, graciously presented the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila with their certificates of excellence from Senator Leyva. Mr. Townsend also presented the Rialto Unified School District Nutrition Service Team with the Ambassador Award for the 8th Annual Terrific 20 of the Senate District 20 Award. Will our nutritional service team please come forward? Senator.
Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up. Don't be
Previously
shy.
honored, yeah, the nutritional service leaders on June the 2nd. And the nutritional service team have met with Senator Levy at the Capitol building earlier this year during a conference. Senator stated, "I first became acquainted with nutritional service when attending a community barbecue at one of the Rialto parks, where they served healthy lunches and collaborated with local organizations to offer resources. Also recall their advocacy for providing healthy breakfast to all students rather than only income qualified students. I know that all students learn better when they have a nutritious breakfast. I also recall Rialto Unified School District Nutritional Service Department team members participating in the Zoom meeting with other school districts, advocating for policies, programming, funding that benefit all students. All of these experiences have caused me to view the Nutritional Service Department team members as ambassadors for the district. They represent a positive image of the district to the community, and I absolutely love their passion, and I would like to add their look. They're always coordinated." Tonight, the Board of Education also recognized the hard work and dedication that nutritional services have put in over the years, led by Ms. Fawcett Rama Davis, lead agent of nutritional service. Is she here? Come on up here with your team. Mrs. Rama Davis was honored to accept the award. I would like to thank Senator Levy for such a wonderful recognition for the work taking place here in Rialto. The support of the Board of Education and Dr. Avila has made our program a success. And I would like to say the students who love the nutrition food have made your program successful. And the parents who appreciate all that you do have made this program successful. This award belongs to the district and honors the entire child nutrition team. We have lunch heroes, at the school sites and the central kitchen, in our warehouse, and in the office. We understand that it's our job to encompass the body, soul, spirit of the students and the staff, community, and by being the bridge that connect our cafeteria, classroom, and the community. So thank you for this opportunity to accept this award here tonight. On behalf of the Board of Education and our superintendent, is our superintendent here tonight? I think he is. Can we have him stand up with his team? Oh, yes, yes, yes. And we also have our the cabinet member of his team? Diane, okay. So we appreciate your commitment and congratulations for all your earning and the Ambassador Award for the 8th Annual Terrific 20 of Senator District Award. Let's not forget our board. Are they here tonight?
We're right here.
I think we're right here. Let's come on up. Let's not forget that the summer feeding program will be going on from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at the following location in our city. Oh, I believe this is a commercial. San Bernardino County Library, the Rialto branch on First Street, Frisbee Park, Joe Sampson Park, and the Rialto City Park. Just today, various schools, including Jehu, Rialto Middle School, Eisenhower, Carter High School, Bemis Schools, have been adding to their location. Oh, is our communication teams here? They have been helpful in putting the word out. Can they stand too with our team? Summer feeding program is going on to July 29th, so parents, kids, please don't miss it.
You guys are a big part of promoting our
Dr. Avila, would you present the award to?
no one makes our district look good like communication. Get over here.
Get a little bit closer, it doesn't look that close for the picture, I wanna make sure we don't miss anybody, if you can look at, everybody at the count of 3, say cheese! 1, 2, 3, cheese!
Please stand up there with her to support her. Stand up there with her to support her.
Good evening.
Good
Hi.
evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Komiyama. I don't know if anybody, for the people that don't know me, I've been working for a nutrition service for 26 years. I love my job. It's an honor to be here to receive this recognition for nutrition service. We work very, very hard, and to serve our community, and those importantly, our students. Thank you for these.
Anybody else? Come on, come on. English, Spanish, it doesn't matter. Come on.
I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I want to thank everyone here. We do work hard. I agree with Diane, everything she said. We were the hardest working team, and I think we showed that during the pandemic. We were out there working in the heat, in the rain, in the winds. So we really, really appreciate the recognition from the whole team, the office. I'm representing in the office, and all our schools, all our sites. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Oh, my name's Maria Romero. I've also been with the district for 26 years. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
And just
Good afternoon, board
Good
members.
good evening.
Dr. Avila, good evening. I want to thank them. They're the ones that were out there. They're the ones that are out there continuously. They continue to be out there working hard. This award, we got it, but it's not us, the 18, what we call it. It's because of them, our employees. They have put so much work during pandemic. They were out there. At the first days that we didn't know what was going to be contagious, they were out there giving that food without a problem. They were there. If it rained, like Maria said, rained. When it was cold, when it was windy, when it was 100 degrees, they were out there. So I really appreciate it, and like we said, this award belongs to them.
absolutely.
Not to just us, it's them. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Foster Armand Davis, and I'm the lead agent for Rialto Nutrition. Just a quick thing. I just want to thank everybody for their support. Of course, starting with our own amazing Dr. Avila, Superintendent, our board, President Edgar, Nancy Kelly, Ms. Stephanie Lewis, Dina Walker, Joseph Williams, every single one, the innovation, my boss, Diane Romo, Derek, and most at the end of the day, it takes a village to really feed a child. And without food, I'm gonna say over here, without food, this kid can't get focused, they can't learn. So when you're talking about nutrition, education has to be on the table. We have to be on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
And just for clarification, this prestigious award was given by State Senator Connie Leyva, but after discussing it with Dr. Avila, we felt that we really needed to agendize it and properly let you guys have this at this board meeting, because we know a representative came from the state senator's office last meeting and gave you guys the award during public comment. But again, that award belongs to this entire district, the entire community. And thank you guys for everything you guys do. We really do appreciate you. And don't let anybody ever make you feel underappreciated, because we really appreciate you guys. Yes. And thank you for everything you do. One more round of applause. Oh, we got one more comment. Let's take it away. Yes.
Hi, my name is Teresa Romero. I've been with the district like 17 years. Wow. Let me tell you, for the pandemic, it was really hard. I work at Eisenhower. It was very hard for us because, that was the first high school that was built. So the kitchen is far away from the parking. Right. And we had to load everything on low boys and take it to the parking lot. On rainy days, I remember the first day that we did it, it stormed so much. We completely got soaked. But I was happy to feed the kids. Yes. And even the community. They will come every day, and we will cook a hot food every day. So we did a great job. I was happy for that. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Next, we go to item B3, California Dashboard Rialto Unified School District's local indicators. And for that, we have this presentation by Paulina Villalobos, Agent Academic Technology.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Montes, Dr. Avila, Innovation Team, and viewing audience. My name is Paulina Villalobos, and I'm Agent of Academic Technology. Tonight is a requirement that we present to you information regarding the local indicators that will be available on the California dashboard in the fall. So what are the local indicators? These are priorities that the state has asked districts to measure annually. This information is not captured at the state level, and so it is the district's responsibility to reflect on these indicators. On the left-hand side of the slide are the state indicators that are automatically added to the California dashboard. On the right-hand side are the local indicators that will be reviewed tonight. They include basics, implementation of academic standards, family engagement, local climate survey, and access to a broad course of study. To be considered met for the local indicators, the district must annually measure its progress on these priorities, report the results during a scheduled board meeting, and submit the results by November. If districts fulfill these requirements, the phrase standard met will be added to each of the indicators as shown in the picture. Our first indicator is priority 1, which is basic services and conditions at schools, and it has 3 parts. For the first part of priority 1, we have to report about 3 things for the 21-22 school year. For the number/percentage of misassignments of teachers of English learners, there were none. For the total teacher misassignments, we're waiting for the report to be released in November, so we'll be sharing information from the 2021 school year. And in 2021, there were 38 teacher misassignments. And for the number of vacant teacher positions, we reported 22. Part 2 of Priority 1 is the number/percentage of students without access to their own copies of instructional materials, and the answer is none. The final part of Priority 1 is the number of identified instances where facilities do not meet the good repair standard. And from the 2021 annual report, there were 44 total good repair facility deficiencies, which included 16 remedied and 28 outstanding deficiencies. And since then, all of the outstanding deficiencies have been resolved. The next indicator is Priority 2, implementation of state academic standards. This priority has 5 parts, and we use the self-reflection tool created by the state to gather information. The self-reflection tool was made into a Google Forms survey and sent out to teachers via email. The survey uses the rating scale displayed on this slide. It was anonymous, and we had 356 teachers respond to the survey. The first part of this priority is rating the district's progress in providing professional learning in the core subject areas. And here are the results. The district was rated at either a 4 or a 5 in each of the core subjects. The second part of Priority 2 is rate the district's progress in making instructional materials available in the core subject areas. And here are the results. The district was rated a 3 in science, but a new TK8 science adoption was approved in May, so new instructional materials will be coming next school year. The third part of Priority 2 is rating the district's progress in implementing policies or programs to support staff. This one has to do with how the district makes sure that teachers are prepared to teach their subject area. And here are the results. Almost all of the core subjects scored at a 4. Part 4 of Priority 2 is the district's progress implementing each of the following academic standards. These include career technical education, health education, physical education, etc. And again, all of these scored at a 4. Finally, Part 5 of Priority 2 is the district's success at engaging in professional learning and support with teachers and school administrators. And here are the results. For all 3 prompts, the district was rated a 3. Teacher comments for this section mentioned that there should be follow-up training sessions and support throughout the year. Other comments mentioned that teachers need time to practice and implement new skills before moving on to the next training. The next indicator is Priority 3, family engagement. There are 3 parts to this priority, and this one asks us to measure our progress in seeking input from families in decision-making and promoting participation in programs. Once again, a survey was used to collect information from staff and families. For this priority, 2,140 families responded to questions through the Title I survey, and 244 staff members responded through a Google form. Here are the results for Part 1. This part focuses on creating welcoming environments and building relationships with our families. And for most of the prompts, the rating was a 4. Some of the goals we're focusing on for next school year include creating a district calendar of trainings and events, providing professional development in culturally and linguistically responsive teaching and learning at 12 more elementary schools, providing both virtual and live sessions for families and community members to attend, and our Parent Institute remodel and staffing to help us connect with families in the community. Next, we have Part 2, building partnerships for student outcomes. This has to do with information, policies, and support for both staff and families to help build those partnerships. Some of the goals we're focusing on for the next school year include having data-rich conversations with families and to continue providing translation support. Finally, Part 3 of this priority has to do with seeking input for decision-making. This part is all about disseminating information and building capacity of staffs and family. Some of the goals we're focusing on for the next school year include tracking family involvement and ensuring new school strategic plans include goals and actions for family engagement. The next indicator is Priority 6, school climate. For this indicator, we must administer a climate survey every other year, and as a district, we've chosen the California Healthy Kids Survey. This survey was administered during the 2021 school year, and the information was reported on the 2021 California dashboard. As such, we don't need to provide any information pertaining to this indicator on this year's dashboard. Our final indicator is priority 7, access to a broad course of study. This priority has 4 parts, and the first part asks us to identify the measures or tools that the district is using to track the extent to which all students have access to and are enrolled in a broad course of study. The measures and tools that the district uses are listed on the slide. These include our graduation rate, A through G rate, dropout data, and the college and career indicator. The second part of this priority is to review the data and identify any differences across school sites or student groups. Here's an example of the data we review. On this slide, we're focusing on the graduation rate. Here you will find a 5-year comparison for the district and by school site. Overall, there has been growth since the 16-17 school year. Here's another example of the data we focus on. On this slide, you will find a 5-year A through G rate comparison for the district and by school site. And again, we see growth since the 16-17 school year for most of our schools. And here's information regarding the 2021 College and Career Indicator. This is a dashboard that breaks down the different metrics that make up the CCI. On the slide, we see the data disaggregated by student group. Part 3 of Priority 7 asks to identify the barriers preventing the district from providing access to a broad course of study for all students. And here are some of the findings for each of the tools mentioned in Part 1 of this priority. For A through G, a high number of students are failing their 9th and 10th grade English classes. For grad rate, there has been positive growth across all of our student groups, but we want to continue focusing on students receiving special education services. And for the college and career indicator, the number of students meeting CCI through advanced placement exams and dual enrollment is low. Now that issues have been identified, Part 4 of Priority 7 asks what revisions, decisions, or new actions the district will implement to ensure access to a broad course of study for all students. For each of the categories, here is our focus. For A through G, we'll be concentrating on standards-based grading and decreasing the DNF rate, counselors using the TES reports for tracking and intervention, and strategically enrolling students in courses to recover Ds. For grad rate, focusing on inclusion and access for students who receive special education services. We'll also continue to offer credit recovery through APEX. And for the CCI indicator, we'll focus on the Rialto College Start program. We'll continue to strengthen the college-going culture by incorporating college days at our school sites, FAFSA completion by all our students, and we'll continue to use Naviance for post-secondary planning. In summary, the local indicators provide an opportunity for the district to collect data on local measures not collected by the state. In order to meet state requirements, the district must annually measure its progress of these priorities, report the results to the board, and submit the results by November on the California dashboard. This concludes the presentation. Are there any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you very much. Great information. Sometimes I file these things when I get home, and this one is good enough for me to keep and review several times. And thank you for giving us your best.
Thank you.
I had a question. I have a question. I'm trying to find it legitimately in this.
Can we get the lights, please?
On the indicators for priority 7 for the college and career indicator, continue to strengthen the college continuing bullet number 2. Continuing strengthening the college going culture by incorporating college days at all sites. Because I'm really trying to figure out just how does that actually get to the college and career indicator? As that is not a measurement there, that's not a definitive thing that actually can be measured, right? So I'm thinking about what is the action item? That is not.
So
that doesn't get to that?
So I can go ahead and answer that.
Okay.
So we all know that a college-going culture and teaching our students about college, they're more likely to apply to college and understand what the FAFSA is, how to get to college, how to pay for college, and so instilling those ideas since junior high, since middle school, throughout their secondary education will more than likely, because there's things that you can quantify and then there's things that you can that are qualitative, right? And so if you are instilling that college going culture at all these different levels, they are more likely to connect it to their why, more likely to understand what a D and an F means to their A through G. And so when we talk about college days, let's say at high school, for the seniors, it would look like they would be applying to either a junior college, they'd be working on their FAFSA, or they'd be applying to a private or UC or Cal State. For the juniors, they'd be taking that PSAT. For the freshmen, they would be doing a lesson on Naviance, on a 4-year plan, and the importance of credits. And for the sophomores, they would be doing their PSAT, or they would also be doing a Naviance lesson. So it helps them understand the why. So many times the kids do math and science and language arts, and they don't understand how that impacts their future. And so we're doing those college days since 6th grade. It really sets that tone for engagement on the why. So although there's not that direct correlation, there's that correlation, that qualitative piece.
So, and I do understand that, and I'm not, what I would like to see is that there is a definitive correlated activity. The things that you just mentioned, Dr. Chavez, are actually, those are the things that should actually be here and named. Definitive activities that will happen that actually get to that and increase our college and career indicator. Because everything you said, ideally, that should have been the bullet. Because for me right now, it looks like, you're doing some stuff. Everybody has a college day, and we still don't get kids to college. So that's one piece. The other piece is around that college-going culture, I would like to see what definitive plans that we have to inform families, because that's the number 2 reason why students they don't have family support, and families don't have the information to actually guide and help them. So there has to be, if we're going to increase our CCI number, that we've got to incorporate families, parents, into that knowledge base to help their students. So if we can see some additional like that, I know have we already submitted yet? What's today? You guys have already submitted the LCAP, right? I mean, you submitted the LCAP as far as whatever that plan is. I know this is the state dashboard, but as far as whatever we plan to implement, can we make sure that there is a parent college program associated with that, with those very distinctive things that you just mentioned? About the planning, about the, what college, about financial aid, those kinds of things. That will definitively help us if we're doing that. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chavez.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
What's the next one?
Might as well run it from there.
Pre-K. This one is next.
Next, we go to item B4, Universal Pre-Kindergarten UPK Planning and Implementation Presentation by Norberto Perez, Agent Expanded Learning, and Karen Good, Agent Early Education. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, esteemed school board, President Montes, Dr. Avila, Dr. Chavez, Mrs. Romo, Dr. McIver Gibbs, and our wonderful Rialto community viewing us tonight. My name is Karen Good, Agent of Early Education, and this is Norberto Perez, Agent of Expanded Learning Programs. We are here tonight to present the district's Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan Overview. UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten, is the expansion of the state of California's current mixed delivery system for early learning and care. The current expansion includes the utilization of all state and federal funding for early learning and care and extended learning opportunities in both the public and private sectors to ensure that families of 3- and 4-year-old children receive the needed early learning and care services. On the left, you will see state-funded programs found in the public school system. On the right, you see state funding used in community-based programs. And in the middle of the umbrella, you will see extended learning opportunity funds. Here in the Rialto Unified School District, we will be utilizing our California State Preschool Program Funding, CSPP, our Local Control and Accountability Planning Funds, as well as our Extended Learning Opportunities Grant Funding to support the Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan. Why does universal pre-kindergarten matter? 90% of brain growth happens before kindergarten. Research has shown that high-quality preschool paired with a focus on alignment through the early grades, preschool through third grade, and providing differentiated instruction leads to the best outcome for our students. We like to say the road to A through G starts with PK3.
I like that.
The 2021 Budget Act created 3 new statutory requirements for UPK programs. These new requirements intersect with each other, but are separate and distinct programs. First, we have TK expansion. The TK expansion will expand the birth date eligibility window 2 months every school year starting in 2022 through 2026 until all 4-year-olds have access to transitional kindergarten. Next, we have the UPK plan. TK expansion and the ELOP are pieces in the overall UPK plan. This UPK plan outlines the specific structures the local education agency must have to provide access to all 4-year-old TK students, their families, our teachers, and site administrators as we transition through the new requirements. Lastly, we have the ELOP plan. The ELOP plan is not new to our district. With the new requirements, it will now include the offer of extended learning opportunities to 4-year-old TK students. What will that look like for Rialto Unified? We will have the expansion of TK eligibility, our UPK plan, and extended learning opportunities. TK expansion. Here are the current projections for universal pre-kindergarten for the next 3 years. As you can see, in the 22-23 school year, the expansion of the eligibility birth date provided the opportunity for an additional 87 4-year-old children to be eligible for TK. This coming school year, we will be opening 3 additional TK classes. In 23-24, the expansion of the eligibility birth date will provide the opportunity for an additional 48 4-year-olds to be eligible for TK, and we are projected to open an additional 2 TK classes. In 24-25, the expansion of the eligibility birth date will provide the opportunity for 72 students to attend TK. With the TK expansion of 4-year-old students, preschool services will be expanding the eligibility for preschool to all 3-year-old students. As you can see, each year we are projected to need additional classes in TK and preschool. By the 25-26 school year, we will have exhausted our classroom space here in the district. Also included in this slide is the need for additional staffing in our TK classrooms. Effective in the 22-23 school year, the adult to student ratio will change from 1 adult to 24 children to 1 adult to 12 children. In the 23-24 school year and thereafter, the adult to child ratio will change from 1 adult to 12 children to 1 adult to 10 children. In this slide, you will see the birth date eligibility changes. The birth date window will expand to include an additional 2 months every year. For the 22-23 school year, the changes in the birth date eligibility for TK increased the enrollment for TK by an additional 87 students, requiring us to open an additional 3 TK classes in the district. New TK programs for the 22-23 school year will be offered at Casey, Cordiac, and Dunn Elementary Schools. TK classes are now available at the following sites: Bemis, Casey, Curtis, Dollahan, Dunn, Fitzgerald, Henry, Eubanks, Cordiac, Morgan, Myers, Preston, Simpson, and Zupanic Virtual Academy. Although TK is not currently offered at all elementary sites, by 2025, we are projected to have access at all sites based on need. TK Seed is currently offered at Cordiac, Preston, and Casey for our TK students with special needs. We will offer additional TK Seed programs in the district based on identified need. The Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan consists of 5 core components: vision and coherence, community engagement and partnerships, workforce recruitment and professional learning, curriculum instruction and assessment, and lastly, LEA facilities, services, and operations. Vision and coherence. The mission of the Rialto Unified School District is to provide a cohesive developmental pre-kindergarten program focused on early literacy and early numeracy foundations. The Rialto Unified School District's Universal Pre-Kindergarten Programming Plan will offer families transitional kindergarten with extended learning opportunities, ELOP, in our California State Preschool program. Families will have the option to participate in the district's after-school program. Community engagement and partnerships. The Rialto Unified School District's Education Services Department will continue to collaborate with the local resource and referral agency, local planning committee, and county agencies through monthly and quarterly meetings. Resources and programs will be evaluated and initiated as they pertain to ELOP and community needs. The Rialto Unified School District's Education Services Department currently partners with the following agencies: San Bernardino Superintendent of Schools, San Bernardino County Early Learning and Development Planning Council, San Bernardino County Resource and Referral, Quality Start San Bernardino, Child Care Resource Center, Quality Counts California Workforce Pathways. The Rialto Unified School District plans to prioritize parental needs and choices by maintaining parent support committees as means for parent support groups to voice needs, concerns, and needed supports. Workforce recruitment and professional learning. The Rialto Unified School District plans to seek out partnerships with the following agencies to support the recruit of early educators: First 5, ETP Employment Training, K-16 Grant Partnership, Education Collaborative, OGT On the Job Training, Kaiser Permanente Education, and Link Learning Alliance, as well as strengthen our college partnerships with Community College District and the local colleges and universities. Professional learning. This school year, professional learning opportunities will be provided to all early educators, preschool, TK, and K, as well as site administration on the following early childhood topics: developing social emotional development in early learning environments with a preschool focus, phonological awareness, creating a sound sensitivity, building numeracy in early learning, observing early learning using the DRDP as an observational tool with a TK focus, the right to play, STEM in early learning, building an early learning environment using the Eckers to build an early learning environment with a TK focus, comprehension in early learning, transitional kindergarten professional learning communities, quarterly meetings to support early learning teachers, and leaders of learning, observing and evaluating early learning classrooms. Curriculum and instruction. The Rialto Unified School District has adopted Scholastic's Transitional Kindergarten Wonders curriculum. Currently, the Early Education Department is in the process of piloting preschool curriculum. The Rialto Unified School District has adopted Scholastic's Transitional Kindergarten Wonders curriculum in the 2020-21 school year. The district will continue to provide professional development and support on the adopted TK curriculum. Classroom practices for UPK, TK, and other preschool programs the LEA operates or has on site will be integrated and aligned through vertical articulation and the use of professional learning communities. Assessments. TK students will continue to utilize the Educational Software for Guiding Instruction, ESGI, assessments 3 times a year. LEA facilities, services, and operations. The Rialto Unified School District currently has an established TK program. Our TK students will continue to be provided access to all mealtime served, breakfast in the classroom, and access to the cafeteria for lunch. The Rialto Unified School District plans to integrate younger children on campus and will ensure the younger children are kept with age-like peers. Children will utilize the same age-appropriate playground as kindergarten students. The students will have set times separate from kindergarten classes for playground use. During meal times, TK students will utilize separate tables to eat with their peers. Playground facilities will continue to be maintained by the district. Playground structures and turf will be maintained and repaired as needed. How does a 4-year-old TK student have access to 9 hours of early learning and care? The first 3 hours, a TK student will be enrolled in a half-day TK program. TK students have access to all their core materials on their devices, as well as the option to utilize print materials. After the scheduled TK day, which includes lunch, a TK student will have the opportunity to participate in a half-day extended curriculum enrichment class. This class will be taught by one of the district's early education staff and will be located on the school site. The students will be walked from the cafeteria to the enrichment class. At the end of the school day, if a family needs additional learning and care services, a TK student will have the opportunity to participate in an expanded learning opportunity program until 5:30 p.m. Here's a sample of a daily schedule for the first 3 hours of early learning, which is the half-day transitional kindergarten class. Here's a sample of the second set of 3 hours of early learning and care, which is the extended curriculum enrichment. Through vertical articulation and professional learning committees, staff will develop enrichment activities that expand upon the TK instructional day.
We can't go home.
The third set of 3 hours will be under ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunities Plan. Students will continue to receive enrichment activities as an extension of the student's instruction. Under social emotional learning, students will receive activities of self-awareness, social interactions, and relationship building. Students will also receive physical motor skills development, such as language and literacy, which will include listening and speaking, and also mathematics, which will include number sense, patterns, and shapes. Successful P3, pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, alignment requires cross-service area work, joint administrator and teacher professional learning opportunities, aligned instructional tools and learning environments, data-driven decision-making, engaged students and families, and continuity of educational services. It is our goal with this UPK plan to pave a successful path for our students. The road to A through G starts with PK3. This concludes our presentation. We thank you for your time. If there are any questions, we will gladly answer them. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm excited about this program. So on the focus area, since we're doing early, the age like 4, right? Autism screening, like an MCHAT, should be sort of universal. Their language assessment, because this is the opportunity to identify some of these issues early. Also with the vision and hearing screening, and I know we have some vendors already set, so to include that, because if you can't hear or see, that's going to it's important for education, and it's important for the parents to realize that. So we can't assume everyone already been to doctors or have insurance. And a lot of times as a medical provider, I'll get a note from the school and say, can you reassess, because they didn't pass their screening. So that's key for us to introduce. Also nap time. That's a long day, and these are younger. So when you're talking about some social, emotional wellness, it's a lot of anxiety, it's overstimulation. So we need to really figure in a nap time or quiet time for them for a long day. That should be included. The last thing is, I don't know if I've been Pollyanna, but I'm still processing the LCAP. You know, I just picked up from you that it's already been submitted, and the changes that are requests for us to think of Rialto students as excellent, you know, No changes was made. So when we get these binders, is it, you just tell us, and if we have suggestion, that's it? You know, so it's a hurtful realization, but if this the way things roll, I'm just gonna have to roll harder to push for academic excellence.
No, Vice President, Ms. Lewis,
Yeah,
it does not work that way.
Okay.
Dr. Avila could clarify
Okay,
it
so
for us.
if something's been like these suggestions, but if this already been submitted, then as for the state, is this a done deal? Is this wait till next year and then you present and then I give the input, or we give the input as a board? How
Vote on
how
it
does
tonight.
this? Yeah, but it's,
It had already been worked on, but moving forward, we can still be involved
Okay, 'cause-
and
Yeah.
get ready for the upcoming ones.
yeah, I'm not a dying person. I don't see Rialto as a poor community. I don't see our students as hopeless. I see them that they're bright, the potential, and it's us as the adults and as a board member to push, you know, so 9 hours, they need a nap. You need to have some cots or something in there
I
for
need
a
a
long
nap.
day. They need screening. You know, these are suggestions from, you know, that I don't know how we play it out, but I'm not reading all this night after night, researching, trying to find, give 110% to be effective. When you guys submit stuff, you know, and this is not preschool. I'm still burnt, you know. I'm still sore with LCAP.
Let me just say
Yeah,
this,
please,
Board
please
Member
let us know.
Lewis.
Yeah.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But one thing about the LCAP is man, those are for everybody to understand. The LCAP is still a framework, and it's still a guideline, and we utilize the budget to say these are big pockets of work that we want to do in the course of this next year to 3 years, or whenever, what cycle we are, what year we are in the LCAP. So there's big buckets of work. We already had a plan to do, to increase our opportunities around early education, right? And so this is just ideally what we're gonna do with that big pocket, how we are actually gonna do some strategizing and implementing. The presentation today, I'm assuming, is the big idea, right? But taking those things into account, we still have the flexibility. Just because the LCAP is convened, it doesn't mean that everything in there is the actual final tactic, right? And so they have the opportunity to go and say, hey, this is what we have put here, meaning today, they're showing this here. There's the input. Yeah, you know what? We never thought about naps in here. We might want to say a nap. Otherwise, we're probably going to have a higher rate of our suspension referrals going up. So just those kinds of things. So understand that the LCAP is just a framework, and where we are allocating where money goes and what our ideas are for our district.
And it's not guaranteed everything in it's gonna be followed through, but we gotta make sure,
Exactly.
we wanna try
yeah.
to do as much as we can.
Okay, I
of
just
the
wanted to
plan.
make sure the board is rolling
We'll
with
have more-
expectation.
We'll have more information
I
on the
had the
LCAP.
same concern, Ms. Lewis, is
Okay.
that's an awful long day for a 4-year-old to go without a nap. I
That's
don't
an
know if
awful
I'd
long
want to
day.
be in the same room with him.
It's a awful long day for a lot of people to go without a nap. But-
I just needed to get this
Yeah,
clarification.
and we'll cover more
to see
LCAP
what
in the
this-
next, we'll cover
Okay.
more LCAP. We'll get to grind them on the next presentation.
Well, I just wanted to make sure when we're really taking our positions and we're really trying to push that it's really put into the framework. I don't need to say, yeah, that's a good idea. I want to see it, I go and I check, and I want to make sure it's done, and I think that's what we've been working towards. So I just needed a.
Dr. Trumbull, let's make
Amen.
sure
Yeah,
those 4-year-olds get a nap.
All right.
Naps.
We will work on that.
Naps for students and teachers, naps.
And just
And I
to,
just needed
MChat,
that clarification.
everything
yes.
else.
anything else for,
Any other questions or comments for this presentation?
So I did have the same concern about a 9-hour, and I understand it's only 50% of the people, little whatever, I read that. But what on the third hour, the third segment of hours, I would hope that you all are including, because this is enrichment, that we are deliberate about including arts, performing and fine, because there's no opportunity for us to get arts, deliberate, like creative, for our students at all through the regular school day. And so whether that's internal, meaning our staff does that, or we are contracting and utilizing, and I advise that we utilize our community partners to bring in arts programming for our students. And so even, especially at this age, especially at this age, because that is what's gonna expand their mind. So creative arts, fine arts, performing arts, that segment that we be deliberate about bringing that into for our students.
When I look at the daily schedule, it's all academic. There's
Right.
no arts
That's
in it,
right.
no playtime, no nap time. Those are things that
No snack time?
Smalls.
Well, no.
They have to have snack time.
Play is the work of children. Play
It's
is
all
the
in
work of
Right.
children.
the decision of how to deliver it, because everything can be incorporated into learning. Little ones learn best visually with art.
Yeah, and remember, ultimately, the teachers, they go off their own plan. I think this is just a
But this
general.
is-
It's just a general.
No, but this is enrichment. This is after the day. So this is not necessarily a classroom teacher.
Right.
This is who they're going to be able to use outside folks and do that.
contracts.
That's why I'm saying make that. Yeah.
So may I, Dr. Ovin? So,
Yes, please.
So I just want to say, first of all, the 9 hours is optional. So it's not for all the families, it's for those that choose the 9 hours. And if you look at the second set, it does deal a lot with the social, emotional, physical needs and interests of the students. The last 3 hours are true enrichment, relationship building, self-awareness. And this program is learning and care. So it's learning and care. And the care part is filtering in the nap time, the eating. When we're talking about that self-awareness, those relationships, when we break bread and we talk and we get to know one another, that's a lot of social skills. So that's learning in itself. So this program, it's not just about learning. I think it's strategic in the way it was written, that it's learning and care. And the care part is those other skills.
Well,
And
the
that's
point
why,
is-
and that's why our breakfast program in the class works so well, because it is social emotional time for the
Right.
adults with the students.
But what you have to factor in is a nap time that you have to have separate cots, and you have to have separate cleaning, and the cost, and you have to have those provisions for that. If I work 8 to 5, I'm gonna opt out that, but you have to have that types of a quiet room, indoor, outdoor play. So those are sort of going to be a cost that you have to factor in, that you don't really factor in with first grade and
Right.
and second grade.
I was
And-
just gonna say,
yeah.
most parents are gonna opt to put their children in for 9 hours
That's
because
right.
it works with their workday.
Right.
you
And that's,
know?
and that's a good
And
thing.
they can learn at the same time, rather
Learn,
than,
rest,
rather than,
play,
rather
yeah.
than sticking them in the daycare, they can learn
Right.
from the school and get some of that
Right.
program piece of it too. So, yeah, there's a lot of parents that are gonna want to be in this program, and I'm pretty confident that we're gonna probably have to even have waiting lists for people.
Right.
For a
But
full
yeah,
day.
while we have the children with us, we wanna make sure they get a well-rounded, care and education.
And then that's gonna make and break our district. If they're not
Right.
gonna have a good experience at those age, then they're not gonna continue in that.
Right.
age. So when you're talking about, this is the introduction to our district. So thank you so much. Good presentation.
It
I'm
was a
sorry,
good
guys.
presentation, yes.
Yeah, I just had to just clarify.
I have one more question.
One more question,
It's-
not off the
it's-
hook yet.
It's not, if at a further time, once you develop that, can you bring us just what a model day would look like for a 3-year-old?
Yes.
For a 3-year-old,
Yes, I can
like
do
little
that.
for parents, so that we know, and the parent, to help
This
Ms.
doesn't cover
Lewis.
3-year-olds.
Pardon me?
This doesn't cover 3-year-olds.
It's the
The
TK, yeah, I'm sorry, because
Pre-TK.
it's TK.
Yes.
So they're 4-year-olds.
Yes.
4-year-old, give me a 4-year-old, we're bringing to the board, back to the board, just what a model day would look like specifically, right?
Okay.
So, now,
Well, I'm just saying this
Or
as a
whatever that is.
pediatric nurse practitioner. I do this all day, every day. Pediatric mental health, pediatric professor. I know early childhood, and I know what you bring to me, to the clinic. And so if we have an opportunity to design it,
right.
I don't need the foo-foo and this. I know kids for 30 years and had a couple of my own. But if we're going to design it, we need to design it with the best practice and think about the cost factors that you have to incur, and the space and the timing, You can overlook, you're planning so much. These are just the fine tunings that you've covered all the curriculum, the credentials. It's a lot to it. And I applaud, it's a great program. But these little things that we see from fresh eyes, I just want it to be sort of taken seriously.
And for clarification, it's 4-year-olds, because if we say 3-year-olds, we're gonna get a lot of phone calls tomorrow.
Absolutely.
4-year-olds.
4-year-olds, because it's TK.
Right.
And I do have some questions, but not, first of all, I'm okay to release our new A team. And the comments for the public. Community meetings have been held, specialized community meetings, including parents, equity groups, teachers, administrators throughout the year. Okay, our USD's LCAP goals remain the same. We have added some metrics to each goal and have rewritten goals to identify the position responsible and the metric that will be used to measure progress with differentiated targets. RUSD will continue to fund actions currently written into the LCAP. Now, that doesn't mean it can't change, but when the board, and this is for the public as well as the board is big picture. We say, Mr. Superintendent Avila, we are mandated to have an LCAP. We were mandated to have the meetings. The public gave our input. Where we are right now, we're authorizing this document, the LCAP. We're voting on it tonight. And with that, the board has given its blessing to the big picture. From there, we stop. All your input is well taken, but as a board member, we're not supposed to have that hands-on input. I overstepped my boundary just this week, and I apologize to the staff that did. It was something that it happened to do with esports, and I just overstepped my boundary, and I apologize publicly to the several people that that I felt like I overstepped.
Bad, bad, bad.
Absolutely. Don't do as I do, nor as I say, because, but anyway, just a reminder to the board that we can get very intense, but, you know, that really isn't our job. We hire the best staff we can find, and we say, here's the problem, and then they are educated enough and trusted enough to deal with that. It comes back annually, but goes to public, I believe, every 3 years.
Well, I'm going to respectfully, I see my role as a board, and I view the board as we need to push, and we need to set the tone, and we need to extend.
Ms. Lewis?
You know, no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
and we need to have a voice. I'm not telling our superintendent, nor have I ever told our superintendent what to do, or I don't directly tell his staff what to do. But when we're pushing towards a change in viewpoint of excellent, we have to voice that to our superintendent. He goes to the cabinet, because I have never overstepped that. But, you know, we have different views, and I respect
Vice
that.
President, Ms. Lewis, you do you.
Well,
You
no,
do-
it-
you
it's-
do you,
it's
you're
not
fine.
me.
You're
It's
fine.
not
If you want to
me.
get your hands dirty and you want to do the hands-on helping the staff, helping the district, you do what you got to do.
It's,
Every board member has a right to be the board member they want to be. And if you want to be there and you want to help and whatever you can do besides being on the board, I think more power to you.
no,
But
it's not
before-
me. I just want to clarify, it's not me.
Well, it should be you.
I have 5 jobs, okay? I'm globally, I just want this community and our school district to be excellent. And so whatever I look for excellent. And I know each person, Nancy, you know, you bring in excellence. That E-Lab is not secondhand. You know, Eisenhower, you're pushing for all the modern, you know, so we all have excellent. And so that's what I was just trying to get clarification. I know we're going to be here a long night and we need to move forward. But I
Yeah.
just want to make sure how we agreed.
So
But I
with
don't
that-
want to step.
So with that, both of you, stop it now. Let's move on to the next
It's
item.
over. It's-
Okay.
it's never
no,
was
but
nothing.
no, good feedback,
Yeah.
good comments from
Yeah.
everybody, and yeah, Mr. Martinez is right. We do have certain roles, and part of that role is as a board to be a governing body for this district. So do what you got to do, Ms. Lewis. As long as you're not, bothering anybody, I think we'll be all right. Next
answer
we
to the
got
public.
the LCAP. Finally, the LCAP presentation, and for that we have Dr. Marina Madrid, agent of multilingual programs. You're gonna have a lot of questions after this, so don't go nowhere.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready for a nap.
Good evening, Board President Montes, Vice President Ms. Lewis, board members, and viewing audience. I am Dr. Marina Madrid. I'm the agent of multilingual programs. And this evening, I'm very happy to be here with you to give you a follow-up to the last presentation that we had at our last board meeting. I would just like to clarify that nothing has been submitted. The LCAP is not submitted until after board adoption. We have 5 days from the date of adoption to make any changes and to go ahead and submit to the to San Bernardino County. And so I just want to make sure that we start with that.
Thank you very much for the clarification. So there's still time, everybody.
Well,
Yes, we
and
start.
if I
with-
may add,
Yeah.
so it has not been submitted, and some of the, part of the presentation today will include suggestions made by Board Member Lewis for the board's consideration, because the board has to act on it as a board. The considerations have been included here, and they will be noted during the presentation.
Yes, and so in reference to what Dr. Avila just shared, I did leave another board presentation in addition to the one that you received on Friday. And Martha did.
We got 'em.
You
Yeah,
all
we
have
have 'em,
them?
yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So you did receive a board packet on Friday that included a copy of the metrics section. And the metrics that you received showed changes that were made to the LCAP in order to increase the rigor for those specific student groups that we have to focus on. So I'll just go through this presentation, and then we'll go ahead and go through that board packet that you received today. So I just want to remind you of the highlights of our LCAP. These are just, this is a review from what was covered at the last meeting. We did have various community meetings where we did receive lots of input from our community on what they wanted to see in the LCAP, and that was all taken into consideration as the goals and the actions were revised for this upcoming 22-23 school year. We also met various times with our equity groups that are made up of parents, teachers, and administrators throughout the year. And these equity groups had the opportunity to develop a deeper knowledge of what is those actions that are being implemented through the LCAP here in our district. They received several report outs on the local data and progress on the actions that were included in the LCAP this year, and what that would look like for next year. In addition, I just want to repeat, from the last meeting, that our LCAP goals do remain the same, that we have added metrics to each goal, and that we have added these changes in order to ensure accountability on the part of those people who are responsible for each one of the actions here in our district, and in making sure that there's a metric that's attached to every action. And so just a repeat from last time, the disaggregation of data includes those student groups that are required by the county and by the state of California, our English learners, foster youth, low-income youth. And these students are called unduplicated within the LCAP. And then within our district, we've also made a commitment to focus on these 3 particular student groups, English learners, which is also mentioned in the group above. And so these 3 groups make up the largest population of students within our district that require specific actions and specific focus. And so there were some minor revisions to the LCAP. When, and sometimes the word minor might be a little bit misleading in that there were changes made to the LCAP, specifically in reference to the metrics. But they're minor in that the LCAP is a 186-page document, and those changes that were made took up about 20 pages. And so, when we say minor, that's what we're talking about. Now, the desired outcome for our all-student group remained the same, but we did add metrics for those specific student groups that were mentioned in one of the previous slides. And the intent of those goals those targets, I'm going to call them targets, the intent of those targets is to make sure that we're closing the gap of those specific student groups with our all group, right? So one of the things that you'll notice is that the target increase for those specific groups is higher than the target increase for our all student group. And in this particular metric here that we're taking a look at as an example, our target is to increase the number of students meeting A through G by 10%, and the added piece was increasing that target by 15% for the following specific student groups. And those targets were set by the baseline, so where we started with those student groups. So we have where we started and what our target is for each one of those groups. And so these were the revisions that were made to the LCAP. There were some punctuation and grammatical revisions that were made, and then those differentiated metrics were assigned to close the opportunity gap between those specific student groups and our all student group. And so here are the next steps as far as the LCAP is concerned. Our next step is submission to the county superintendent for review, comment, and approval. And so when it goes through that process, it gets looked at with a fine-tooth comb for about 2 months. And within those 2 months, any clarification that needs to be made has to be done in writing on our part, and making sure that there's communication that goes back and forth between the county and our district in order to clarify those areas of the LCAP that need clarification. And so within 15 days of being asked to clarify something, we have to go ahead and give a response. And so the county superintendent of schools may submit their recommendations in writing for amendments to the LCAP. If there are any big changes that need to be made to the LCAP, then it will come back to the Board of Education for another adoption. And so the final end date to the whole LCAP process is actually not until October. So the county superintendent of schools is required to approve the LCAP on or before October 8th if they determine the following: that the LCAP adheres to the template that's adopted by the state board. So the template that we use is the same template that's used across the state of California in every school district. And if the county determines that the budget for the applicable fiscal year adopted by the governing board of the school district includes expenditures that are sufficient to implement the specific actions and strategies that we've identified in our LCAP plan. So these are the next steps then following board adoption. And so I'd like to go ahead and move on to the board packet that you received this evening. I know sometimes when we're looking at multiple documents, it's a little bit difficult to see what has actually been changed. And so this document was created in order to make that much clearer. So starting with, if you go ahead and open up to that first section, I just want to explain how this document is laid out. So this document includes all of the metrics for each one of the goals. And the reason that we went ahead and included that is because that was one of the topics of conversation and input from our last board meeting. And so if you look at the column that is highlighted in yellow, that column depicts the outcomes that were present in the 21-22 LCAP, the LCAP for this year. And then in the next column that's labeled desired outcomes, new, for the 22 through 24 LCAP, that is how those metrics were rewritten for this upcoming year. Okay? And so one of the things that you'll notice in each one of those metrics is that whenever possible, those student groups that we have identified as needing additional focus and attention, that those student groups each have their own metric target that we are working towards as a district within the actions that we have in the LCAP. It's various pages, it's about 20 pages, and some of the metrics repeat. If you go ahead and flip to the next page, you'll see a page that has the metric outlined in red. And so I wanted to point out those in particular because those metrics deal specifically with the area of reading and math. And when we take a look at our LCAP, the majority of actions that we have within our LCAP are focused in the area of reading and math. So those metrics are of particular importance. So those metrics that are outlined in red are metrics that have to do with the CASP ELA and have to do with the CASP math, in addition to iReady Reading and iReady Math. As you take a look at those metrics, one of the things that you'll notice, especially if you look at the metric for iReady, is that we have broken down that metric by grade spans. And so we have targets for our first through third graders, we have targets for third through fifth, and we have targets for sixth through eighth. The reason that we separated the targets like that by grade span is because what we found in the disaggregation of data is that we had different levels of accomplishment in each one of those grade spans. And so we wanted to make sure that in each one of those grade spans that we provided a challenging target, a rigorous target, and one that was attainable at that grade span. The last section of the board packet that you received this evening is those four metrics, the ones that I just mentioned. And I'm sorry that I didn't provide a slide. I did this afternoon and I ran out of time, so I apologize. But in this last section, you do have those same four metrics that I mentioned: CASP ELA, CASP Math, iReady Reading, and iReady Math. And so you have a 3-column comparison. And if you're looking at that last section then, here in the third column from the end or the fourth column from the beginning, labeled desired outcomes from 21-22 LCAP, you have the target from this year. In the next column, you have the recommended target that we've set. And I also want to mention that these targets were reviewed by someone that I work with in the LCAP service area of the San Bernardino County of Schools. So this has been reviewed already. And then in the last column that's outlined in red, you'll see another metric that was created based on the comments that were made at our last board meeting. And so within that alternate outcome, you can see, the numbers that are highlighted and what has been changed from the recommended target, right? And so we've created that in order to give you an alternate look at what it might look like if those numbers were changed. These numbers were created based on the commentary from the last board meeting. And so the targets were doubled or increased by 40 to 50%.
Thank you, and I just have to mention, without a slide, the public has absolutely no idea what we're talking about. But
I apologize.
But I do appreciate the explanation for the board. Do you guys have any other questions or comments?
Just, will this be available on our website, easily found?
Yes, it's on the LCAP page. It's not on the LCAP page yet, but I'll make sure to post it this evening. It can be found on the LCAP page, and the LCAP page is
You
easily
don't
found.
have to post it tonight. Relax. You know, when you
Okay,
get a chance.
tomorrow morning.
When you get a chance,
Well-
that way the community can look it up.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll make sure that it's posted by tomorrow morning. The LCAP page can be found on our district homepage by scrolling down and seeing the icon for the LCAP and clicking on that.
Excellent.
Mhm.
So, I just remembered, I didn't know that they still had in place the extended deadline for the LCAP submission. I know it changed during COVID, and so now it's still, now the date is October. Because normally before COVID, it was like you already had to have the LCAP. This time, they're reviewing already.
Yes.
Right.
So it's in the process. I've been working with someone for the last almost 3 months in going through the revisions that were made prior to our board meeting on June 8th. We do need to submit to the county before the end of the month, and the ruling is that it has to be submitted within 5 days of board adoption or by June 30th, whichever comes first.
Okay.
And the October date is the date when the county has to approve
To
it.
ratify it, right.
Mhm.
And so all the changes would have happened, any questions that they have, you all will be in deliberation from the time that our submission before October 8th or whatever that date is, and that will be our last ratification of the official LCAP for this year.
That's correct.
For 2022. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you, because yeah, I'm like, oh, we're still doing that? I don't- But, great, so we have some, thank you.
It's a little bit of time.
Okay,
Any
so
other
if there's
questions or
any
comments?
questions?
Good info, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we go to C, comments. C1, public comment not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Dr. Avila, do we have any?
We do. We have Paula Bailey.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect to be first. Thank you. Good evening, board president, board members, cabinet and viewing audience. My name's Paula Bailey, and as you guys know, I always like to start out with the positive. I'm super excited about what Karen had to say about For These Littles, and I can tell you more why, because I work directly with littles. I work for a mental health agency that's contracted through the Department of Behavioral Health. And when I come to this district, I actually have 3 hats. I'm a parent, a community member, and my employment connects me to all students in this district that are receiving mental health services. So when I go to help support a little kiddo or I'm doing something, it is not as an outside entity for personal gain whatsoever. It is because that is my passion, and I'm looking at the whole kiddo because I have kiddos that have been abused, trauma, most foster, etc. But talking about the good, I'm super excited about the accomplishments that have happened in our special education department. I work with through my work, I work with numerous districts in the surrounding area. If I have a kiddo that needs extra support because of an abuse situation, I have to find a way for that kiddo to get an ED diagnosis. In this district, I don't, because it's been put in place by the team that we have, or had, whichever it is, to support all students regardless. You don't have to be a special ed student. You know, I see the TBS program working with all the kids. That is just amazing because you don't have to be a special ed kid to get that extra support like you do in other districts. You know, I have seen so much more inclusion at all age groups in this district than I have seen in any other district. And that's anywhere in this section, including some of Riverside County as well. So I'm really happy, and I hope with the changes that have occurred, we don't lose that, because our kids need that. I went to, as I had mentioned, I went to the, oh my goodness, I only have a few seconds. The barbecue on the 10th, that was amazing. My only concern, since I only have a few seconds, are why are all these people leaving our district that have invested so much to do better for our kids? And my only other concern, Mr. Montes, I'm sure you know, I'm confused why, once again, not even acknowledgement that I had sent an email. But other than that, I'm going to be respectful and leave it at that, because that is something between the two of us, not here, and I don't hash things out in a public setting. I have that respect for other people. Thank you and have a good night.
Mirna Ruiz. Catherine Valadez.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Valadez, and I'm a PE teacher at Frisbee Middle School. I've been in the district my whole life. I attended Dunn Elementary, Rialto Junior High, and graduated from Eisenhower many, many moons ago. I am proud to be a part of Rialto Unified. I have ties to each high school. My oldest graduated from Rialto High, my third daughter from Carter, and then my second and my baby Carly from Eisenhower. I am truly blessed to have my daughters all attend Rialto schools. We do not live in the district, but Rialto was where they were going to go to school. Lately, you've been hearing complaints and frustrations, but I'm here to tell you about the good, my good. My oldest has worked at Frisbee as a sub and clerical and was treated with respect and kindness by most of my colleagues. My three younger daughters all attended Frisbee Middle School with me, and we had a blast. We had fun on all the school field trips and many shenanigans on campus. As they ventured off to high school, they all earned 4.0 and higher GPAs and were in the top 10 of their classes. My Clarice is attending UC San Diego. My Corinne is attending La Sierra in Riverside and achieved junior status in 2 years. And my Carly is set to go to Hawaii Pacific in the fall. My girls were all taken care of by all at Frisbee. Frisbee is our village. I have no complaints. Frisbee has been my home for 17 years. My girls, even before they were Falcons, would come and help sell PE clothes and help teachers set up their classrooms. Everyone on campus knew my girls, and that's the way it should be. And I hope before I retire, I get Frisbee back to that place. I have grandchildren at Dollahan and Henry, and I'm truly blessed to have my oldest granddaughter with me at Frisbee. I believe in Frisbee. I wish everyone believed the way I do. I believe in Frisbee so much that I feel good about having my daughters attend Frisbee. I know I've instilled a trust in my oldest daughter and her husband to send my Lily to Frisbee with me, but Lily still has some learning about the shenanigans. If you don't believe in the school you work in enough to send your own children, it's time for you to make a change. If all you can do is gripe and complain, it's time for a change. I hope some of you take the summer to think about your why. My why is it's for the children. My why is because it takes a village. I thought it was time for you all to hear that there is a lot of good coming out of Frisbee. Thank you.
Erika Cruz. I think they were out of order. María Sandoval.
Buenas noches. Wow, good evening.
I don't have a microphone.
Nice.
Hello, hello, hello.
Bueno, buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, Dr. Ávila y audiencia. Mi nombre es María Sandoval. I'm going to read all this in Spanish really quick, and then he's going to translate it in English. My English, he's going to translate it because I don't want to mess up. Okay. Mi nombre es María Sandoval y estoy aquí para hablar un poco de la escuela de adultos. Hace algunos años se propuso la creación del programa de aprendizaje de preparación de GED en español, porque existía y existe una necesidad en nuestra comunidad de seguir preparándonos por diferentes razones. Como padres tenemos claro que una comunidad educada es una comunidad más consolidada, pues se construyen alianzas sólidas entre las escuelas, familias y comunidad. Y esto conduce a un mejor aprendizaje para nuestros hijos. Cuando se mencionó esta propuesta en este recinto, la mayoría de ustedes se opusieron rotundamente, puesto que no creían en los beneficios transformadores de que este programa pudiera traer a nuestra comunidad y por consecuencia para nuestros propios hijos. Estoy aquí también para decirles que hubiera sido sumamente fácil para nosotros desistir en lugar de insistir, de renunciar en vez de perseverar. Esta oposición nos dio la fortaleza para continuar insistiendo hasta lograr que el programa de GED en español fuera uno más en la escuela de adultos de Rialto. Estoy aquí también porque quiero darle las gracias a todos aquellos que en su momento creyeron en este programa y me gustaría que se siga fortaleciendo para seguir sirviendo a más padres de familia en nuestra comunidad. Este programa educativo tiene el poder transformador de crear un sentimiento de empoderamiento e igualdad y de unidad dentro de nuestra comunidad. Por esta parte, quiero informarles con mucho orgullo que en los últimos 3 años, cerca de 50 participantes han completado y obtenido su certificado de equivalencia de preparatoria. El graduarse les ha dado a estos estudiantes la fortaleza de que todo se puede lograr y les ha otorgado la confianza necesaria para hacer algo por sus familias y por ellos mismos. El 70% de estos estudiantes han optado por asistir al colegio comunitario y otro porcentaje menor hoy en día es parte parte laboral de este distrito. He invitado a algunos de los estudiantes que se graduaron este pasado junio, del programa de GED en español, para que compartan con ustedes sus experiencias dentro y fuera de la clase. Gracias. Y claro que están aquí con nosotros. Si pueden pasar por acá, por favor.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Avila. A few years ago, the creation of the GED preparation program in Spanish was proposed because there was still, and there's still a need in our community to continue preparing ourselves for different reasons. As parents, we are clear that an educated community is a more consolidated community because solid alliances are built between the school, family, and community, and this leads to better learning for our children. When this proposal was mentioned at this site, most of you were adamantly opposed, as you did not believe in the transformative benefits of this program, that this program could bring to our community and consequently to our children. I'm here to tell you that it would have been extremely easy for us to give up instead of insisting, to renounce instead of persevering. This opposition gave us, acá de este lado, bueno, como usted diga. This opposition gave us
de ser lo más breve posible y lo más conciso y directo.
I'll try to be as concise and as direct as I can possibly can.
Yo soy una persona de 65 años de edad.
I'm a 65-year-old person.
45 años, hace 45 años fue la última vez que asistí a una escuela
45 years ago was the last time that I set foot in a school
en mi país, El Salvador.
in my country of El Salvador.
So, hoy en el mes de agosto comencé y tomé la decisión de comenzar a estudiar el GED en español.
In August, I made the decision to take the GED in Spanish.
Y les agradezco porque en su momento ustedes votaron por la apertura de ese programa.
And I thank you because at some point you voted to adopt this program.
Y básicamente les quiero contar mi experiencia en el sentido
Basically, I just want to tell you my experience regarding that program.
que este programa me ayudó principalmente a creer en mí mismo,
It mainly helped me believe in myself,
en confiar en mis posibilidades
to trust in my possibilities,
y que nada es imposible si tomamos la decisión de alcanzar nuestras metas.
and to know that nothing's impossible if we make the decision to reach for our goals.
No importando la edad, no importando los obstáculos,
Without regards to age or obstacles,
la inspiración que tuve de mis compañeras, todas ellas con hijos en el distrito escolar de Rialto.
and the inspiration I got from my classmates, all of them have children here in the district.
Además, la motivación y el impulso que nos dio el doctor Gustavo Lara,
And the motivation and impulse that Dr. Lara instilled in us,
aunque a veces es muy de mal gusto hacer comparaciones,
it really is in poor taste to make comparisons.
pero yo comparo al doctor Gustavo Lara con un gran mentor, un gran profesor,
But I do compare Dr. Lara to a great mentor, a great professor,
alguien que tal vez ustedes conocen,
someone that perhaps you might know.
el profesor Escalante de Garfield High School en East LA.
Professor Escalante at Garfield High School in East Los Angeles.
Él me motivó a seguir estudiando y me dijo, ¿cuáles son tus metas?
He motivated me to
Y yo le
continue
dije,
studying. He asked me what my goals were.
mi meta es, le dije, sacar mi PhD en matemáticas.
And I told him my goal was to get a PhD in math.
No sé si lo voy a alcanzar,
I'm not sure
pero
if I'll
estoy
do that.
tratando. Ya comencé mis 2 clases primeras en el college en agosto, junto con otros compañeros, seguimos adelante. Así que yo les pido a ustedes
I'm not sure if I reached
que
that
no nos
goal,
abandonen y que apoyen más este programa. Gracias.
but I already started my first 2 classes at community college. Again, I don't know if I'll reach it, but I ask that you continue supporting us. Thank you so much.
Lourdes de la Cruz.
Muy buenas noches. Ok, gracias. Muy buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Lourdes de la Cruz.
My name is Lourdes de la Cruz.
Un cordial saludo para todos los presentes y
I
miembros
cordially-
de la Administración Escolar de Rialto.
I cordially say hello to all the members of the administration and the board of Rialto.
Este día estamos presentes en esta reunión
Today we have come to this meeting
para expresar nuestras necesidades.
to present our needs,
Hablo como un padre de familia,
and I'm speaking as a mother,
pero sobre todo como una alumna
but mostly as a student
de la Escuela de Adultos de Rialto.
of the adult school at Rialto.
Soy alumna de la clase del GD en español.
And I am a student in the GED class in Spanish.
Estoy aquí para hablar de mi experiencia
And I'm here to speak about my experience
sobre el programa de GD en español.
about this program.
Una experiencia donde se me abrieron muchos caminos,
An experience that opened up many opportunities for me.
motivada por un gran maestro, el doctor Lara.
Motivated by a great teacher, Dr. Lara,
Estoy actualmente escrita en el colegio.
I'm currently attending college.
donde nunca pensé llegar en este camino.
something I never thought I'd get.
Las clases de DG son un logro para mí
Having taken the GED classes have been an achievement for myself,
y para muchos compañeros más.
as well as for many of my classmates.
Tengo 17 años en el distrito de Rialto.
I've been in the Rialto School District for 17 years.
Tengo 4 hijos.
I have 4 children.
Todos ellos, el más grande tiene 23 años.
The eldest is 23.
Cuando me ven estudiar,
And when they see me studying,
es un logro.
they see that as an achievement.
Y yo una vez fui a la escuela de Rialtos, de
And-
adultos.
And I had already once attended the adult school in Rialto,
A unas clases de computación.
computer classes,
Estaba el doctor Lara, profesor de mi hija,
and Dr. Lara, who was my daughter's teacher, was there.
y pensé, ¿por qué yo no puedo estar ahí y superarme más?
And I thought to myself, why can't I go there and improve myself?
Y lo hice y lo logré.
I did it. I was able to achieve it.
Fui alumna del señor Lara,
And I was
orgullosamente,
I was proudly Mr. Lara's student,
un profesor que me motivó y a mis compañeros también de la escuela,
a professor that motivated me and motivated my classmates at this school.
y actualmente estoy inscrita en el colegio, donde nunca pensé llegar.
And I'm currently
Muchas
attending
gracias.
college, something I never thought I'd do. Thank you so much.
Espero que tomen en cuenta nuestro programa, nuestra escuela, nuestra administración. Es
Ay.
muy importante que nos ayuden.
I hope you take into consideration our school, our program, our administration. It's really important that you support us.
Gracias.
Thank
Buenas
you.
noches.
Good evening.
Erika Cruz.
Melina.
Melina.
De Melina ya sigo.
Haga pausas, ¿sí? Para que le pueda interpretar.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Melina Hernández.
Good evening. My name is Melina Hernandez.
Yo llegué a esta ciudad hace 4 años
I came to the city 4 years ago.
y de inmediato me involucré en las escuelas de mis hijos,
Immediately, I became involved in my children's school.
Casey Elementary y Eisenhower High School, en todos los programas posibles para padres.
And I became involved in all the programs that were available to parents.
Participé en PICE 1 y 2 y en FLI.
I participated in PK 1 and 2 and
F-
FLI.
Para mí la educación es muy importante.
For me, education is important.
Yo soy ingeniero agrónomo en México,
I'm an engineer.
agrónomo,
I owe you that one.
y el hecho de que aquí mis estudios no valen es algo sumamente frustrante.
And the fact that my career here is not worth anything, it's very frustrating.
Había escuchado del programa GED, pero
I-
para mí era imposible,
I had heard about the GED program, but it seemed impossible to me
ya que no domino el idioma inglés.
because I don't speak English.
Me armo de valor y empiezo a buscar escuelas para GED.
So I became brave and I started looking for GED schools.
Llego a la escuela de adultos de Rialto
I came to the adult school at Rialto,
y cuál es mi enorme sorpresa,
and to my surprise,
que está disponible en español.
they had that program in Spanish.
Y en ninguna de las escuelas se me brindó esta información.
And none of the schools gave me that information.
El 5 de abril apruebo el examen CASAS y me inscriben.
And on the 5th of April, I passed the CASAS exam.
En la oficina me dicen que es muy tarde, que el semestre está terminando,
In the office, they told me it was too late, that the semester was ending,
pero me aceptan.
but they went ahead and accepted me.
Comienzo mi primera clase el 11 de abril.
I started my first class on the 11th of April,
Me recibe el maestro Lara con una pregunta que me retó y nunca voy a olvidar.
and Mr. Lara received me with a challenging question that I'll never forget.
¿Por qué hasta ahorita?
Why until now?
A lo que respondí, porque no sabía que estaba esta clase en español.
My answer was because I didn't know this class was available in Spanish.
El maestro Lara hace las clases amenas,
Mr. Lara makes the classes fun.
explica matemáticas hasta que todos entendemos
He explains math until we all get it.
y en lo personal me ayudó muchísimo,
Personally, he's helped me a lot,
sobre todo a tener el valor de presentar los exámenes.
and mostly to be brave to take exams.
Sin su motivación, considero que no lo hubiera logrado tan rápido.
Without his motivation, I think I wouldn't have achieved this so fast.
ya que presenté mi primer examen el 19 de abril
since I took my first exam on April the 19th.
y para el 4 de mayo terminé los 4 exámenes.
And by the 4th of May, I was done with all 4 exams.
En menos de un mes desde que me inscribí, alcancé a graduar con esta generación.
In less than a month from the time that I signed up, I was able to graduate with this class, this generation.
La graduación fue algo maravilloso,
Graduation day was something wonderful.
pero al mismo tiempo sentí que no nos tomaban en cuenta.
At the same time, I felt that they were not taking us into consideration.
Parecía que solo estábamos haciendo un montón con los de GD en inglés.
It seemed like we were just added to the English GED.
En lo profundo de mi corazón,
From the bottom of my heart,
esperaba que me reconocieran mi arduo trabajo
I
para
was-
graduarme en menos de un mes.
I was hoping that they would recognize how hard I worked to graduate within a month,
Pero pasó desapercibido.
but nobody noticed.
Creo que nadie se dio cuenta,
I think nobody even
excepto el maestro Lara y mis compañeros.
realized it except Mr. Lara and my classmates.
Considero que merecíamos tener nuestro propio orador en español,
I think we needed or we deserve to have our own speaker in Spanish,
que nos representara y hablara por nosotros en nuestro idioma.
someone who to represent us and to speak for us in our language.
Actualmente soy estudiante del Colegio de San Bernardino.
And currently, I'm attending San Bernardino University.
Estoy
or
estudiando
college.
inglés.
I am taking English.
Planeo revalidar mi título
And I plan to validate my title, my degree,
y seguir superándome gracias a los consejos del maestro Lara.
and continue improving thanks to the advice of Mr. Lara.
Nunca es tarde para estudiar y superarse.
It's never too late to study and improve oneself.
Solo espero
I just hope
que en la próxima graduación de GD de mis compañeros,
that the next GED graduation,
poder ver a uno de ellos dando un discurso de graduación,
we might be able to see one of them speaking at the graduation,
ya que considero que el esfuerzo y la dedicación empleado para llegar a esa meta
because I think that the effort and the dedication invested to achieve that goal,
es el mismo, ya sea en idioma inglés o en español,
it's the same whether you do it in English or in Spanish.
y por lo tanto merecen el mismo reconocimiento.
Therefore, they deserve the same recognition.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Erika Cruz.
Sí, ahora sí.
Agricultural engineer.
Buenas noches,
Good evening.
mesa directiva de nuestro distrito. Mi nombre es Erika Cruz.
District Board, my name is Erika Cruz.
He pertenecido a este distrito por más de 18 años,
I belong to this district for over 18 years.
con 3 hijos ya graduados de las escuelas Carter,
And 3 of my
Eisenhower,
kids have graduated from Carter, from Eisenhower,
y otros 3 que actualmente están en Jehu y Morris.
and other 3 that are currently attending Jehu and Morris.
Soy madre voluntaria participante en diferentes comités,
I'm a volunteer mother who participates in different committees,
como ILAC, DILAC, LCAP, DAC, Equidad. En cada uno de ellos hemos pedido educación para adultos, para los padres.
In each one of these committees, we've requested education for the parents.
Antes de seguir con esto, primeramente quiero agradecerles que nos reciban y nos permitan demostrar y expresar
First, I want to thank you for allowing us to come and speak and express ourselves
todos nuestros logros como padres y como estudiantes,
and speak of our achievements as parents and as students
con lo básico que nos ofrece la escuela de adultos.
with the basics that the adult school has to offer us.
Lo que estamos solicitando hoy o exigiendo como estudiantes,
What we're requesting, actually demanding as students,
uno, que el programa de GED en español tenga su propio espacio, ya que tenemos que compartir el salón con otra clase.
number one, that the GED program in Spanish be given its own space, since we now have to share space with other classes.
Necesitamos establecer un sentido de identidad y de
We need-
estabilidad
We need to establish a sense of identity and stability,
y evitar cualquier incomodidad a los maestros o maestras asignados a ese salón.
and avoid giving a discomfort to the teachers assigned to those classes.
Desde su creación, el programa se ha movido 4 veces, causando molestias.
Since its creation, this program has been moved 4 times, causing discomfort.
Dos, la modernización de la tecnología en el salón de clase.
And the improvement of technology in the class,
La existente es muy lenta y poco efectiva
The one we currently have is too slow and not effective,
y minimiza el potencial académico
and it minimizes the academic potential,
y limita el desarrollo de nuestras habilidades.
and it limits the development of our abilities.
De cada uno de nosotros pareciera que utilizáramos lo que desechan.
It seems like we're using the leftovers.
Número 3.
Number 3,
La tecnología está presente en todo lo que hacemos.
technology is present in everything that we do.
Por lo tanto, solicitamos clases que nos ayuden de manera segura,
For that reason, we request classes that can help us in a safe way,
responsable y efectiva
Y
para
no
adaptarnos
in a responsible and an effective manner to adapt
a las nuevas herramientas digitales,
to the new digital tools,
pero que sean gratuitas.
but that they be free.
Hoy en día nos costan $30 y son muy limitadas.
Currently, we are being charged $30, and these are limited tools.
Algunas, por mencionar,
Just to mention some,
aplicaciones de Google para la educación,
Google Apps for Education,
aplicaciones de Microsoft para la educación,
Microsoft Apps for
Excel
Education,
u otras que ya se han recomendado.
Excel, and other recommended.
Y mi último y más importante comentario
My last and most important comments
de parte de todos nosotros.
from all of us.
Sabemos que quizás el maestro Lara ya no siga este año escolar.
We know that Mr. Lara may not continue this coming school year.
Nos dimos cuenta que es muy probable que no esté.
We found out that it's probable that he won't be here.
Perdón. Nuestro maestro de GED en español es muy importante para nosotros, no solamente, como ya muchos lo mencionaron,
It's important for us, as some people already mentioned.
En todos los grupos hemos mencionado que necesitamos mentores
In all the groups, we mentioned that we need mentors,
y él es un mentor para nosotros los adultos.
and he's a mentor to us adults.
Y estamos muy preocupados que por una decisión injusta
And we're concerned that because of an unjust decision,
él no vaya a estar.
that he won't be here.
Por decisiones de personas que no les importa cómo nos va a afectar a nosotros como estudiantes.
By decision taken by people who don't care about how this is going to affect us as students.
Entonces exigimos el derecho que tenemos de educación
So we demand the right that we have to an education
como padres de aquí, de este distrito y como estudiantes.
as parents of students at this district and also as students ourselves.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias nuevamente por su tiempo.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
We have one more, Ms. Lubia Nava.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva, doctora Ávila y audiencia.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Avila and audience.
Mi nombre es Lubia Nava y soy madre de 2 estudiantes de este distrito escolar y estudiante de inglés en la escuela de adultos también de este
My name is
distrito.
Lubia Nava, and I'm the mother of 2 students at this district, and I'm also an English student at the adult school in this district.
El motivo de mi presencia hoy es para solicitarles a ustedes más recursos para la escuela de adultos.
The reason for speaking to you today is to request more resources for the adult school.
Necesitamos clases de conversación de inglés,
We need classes of conversation in English,
así como complementar el examen de diagnóstico que se nos aplica, ya que actualmente tenemos, el que tenemos no es nada eficaz.
also a complement to the diagnostic test that is given to us, because the one we currently have, it's not efficient at all.
Pues los resultados que arroja dicho examen no van acorde con los conocimientos de los padres que los padres tenemos.
Given that the results reflected on this exam are not aligned with the knowledge that we parents have.
También me gustaría solicitar de la manera más atenta
I would also like to request respectfully
recursos para que podamos tomar clases de computación en español.
resources that we can so that we can take computer classes in Spanish.
Esto debido a que hay muchos padres, incluyéndome,
And this because there are many parents, myself included,
que estamos en proceso de aprendizaje del idioma inglés
who are currently learning English,
y todavía se nos dificulta tomar esas clases en inglés.
and we're still having a hard time taking those classes in English.
Y también por un incidente
And also given an incident,
muy desagradable que se suscitó
a very important incident that happened
que se suscitó en la clase de computación de inglés,
in the
en
computer
inglés,
class in English
entre la maestra y un estudiante.
between the teacher and a student.
Esta maestra se portó muy grosera con su estudiante
This teacher was very rude to her students
por el simple hecho de haber hablado español con otra compañera en su clase.
simply because she spoke Spanish to another classmate.
Le dijo que en su salón no se podía hablar en español
She told her that in her classroom she couldn't speak Spanish.
y posteriormente la relegó
Continue.
y cambió su trato para con esta estudiante.
Eventually, she set it aside and changed the way she treated these students.
A mí como persona se me hace una falta de respeto que haya trabajadores en este distrito
As a person, I think it's disrespectful that there are people in this district
discriminando a personas por hablar su idioma natal.
that discriminate people because they speak their native language.
Yo considero que esto no debe de permitirse bajo ninguna circunstancia.
In my opinion, this shouldn't be allowed under any circumstances.
Somos una comunidad multicultural y
We are-
debemos ser respetuosos de la cultura, raza o idioma de cada
We
individuo.
are a multicultural community, and we should be respectful of the culture, language, and race of every individual.
Cabe resaltar que la madre de familia después de este incidente dejó las clases.
We should point out that this mother, after this incident, abandoned the class.
También me gustaría saber si las cuotas para algunos cursos que ofrece esta escuela de adultos siguen vigentes.
I would also like to know if the fees charged for some of these courses in the adult school are continuing to be charged.
Ya que yo estaba enterada que las clases eran gratuitas, pero al parecer algunas no lo son.
Since I was of my knowledge, the classes were free. Apparently, they're not.
Y esto está limitando la participación de algunas personas,
And this limits the participation of certain people
ya que aunque el costo no es muy elevado,
because even though the fee is not that high,
hay personas que hoy en día están sufriendo estragos por la situación económica actual.
there are people who are suffering under the current economic situation.
Espero y sé que vamos a tener una respuesta favorable de ustedes para con nosotros,
I hope and I know that we'll obtain a favorable response from you to our requests.
porque sé que al igual que nosotros, los padres de familia, ustedes y nosotros tenemos que luchar por un bien común que es la educación de nuestros hijos.
Because I know that we as parents and yourselves, we must fight for a common goal, which is the education of our children.
Muchas gracias y que tengan buenas noches.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Ella es a la señora, ella es a la señora a la que le dijeron que no podía hablar inglés español en la clase y la trataron muy mal.
This is a lady who was told that she couldn't speak Spanish in the classroom, and she was treated very poorly.
Y se me hace una falta de respeto
And I think it's disrespectful
porque yo creo que la señora merece todo el respeto de las personas aquí presentes y de las no.
because I think this lady deserves everyone who's present here, the respect of everyone and everyone else.
Aparte de que ella está tratando de superarse por ayudar a sus nietos que son estudiantes de este distrito.
Aside, taking into consideration the fact that she's trying to improve herself so that she can help her grandchildren who are students at this
Porque
district.
ella sabe lo importante que es la tecnología ahora.
Because she knows how important technology is in today's world.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
That's it. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Con el respeto que cada uno de ustedes se merece y si me dan permiso de hablar.
Good evening, with all due respect, and if you allow me to speak.
A partir de las clases que dieron a los niños virtuales.
Tiene que preguntar primero.
¿Me da permiso de hablar? Gracias. A partir de las clases que se dieron virtuales ahora que estuvo la pandemia,
Beginning with the virtual class during the pandemic,
me tocó tener a todos mis nietos, tengo 8 nietos,
I have 8
y me
grandchildren,
tocó tenerlos en diferentes lugares de la casa con sus computadoras.
and I had to place them in different places of the house
Y eso me
with
motivó
their own computer.
Eso me motivó a mí a querer aprender más, porque miré que algunos de ellos se metían a otras ventanas y entonces yo dije, no, ellos tienen que salir adelante y con mi ayuda también. Y por eso...
It motivated me to learn more about technology because I realized that they were going into different windows, and I said to myself, no.
Y por eso me motivó a estudiar, a ir a la escuela para aprender más esta computadora, para que ellos no estuvieran haciendo otras cosas que no deben en la computadora.
And that's what motivated me to go back to school and learn about computers so that I could make sure that they were not doing something they were not supposed to be doing in their computer.
Pero debido al incidente que tuve con la maestra, no fue mi culpa, sino que entraron 2 estudiantes nuevas y se sentaron junto a mí. Y ella no sabía ni siquiera aprender la computadora.
And given the incident that happened, which was not my fault, what happened was that 2 students were added to the class who were new, and they sat next to me, and they did not know how to even turn on a computer.
Entonces yo le dije cómo prenderla, pero antes, en cuanto yo entré a esa clase, yo sabía que la clase iba a ser en inglés.
And so I told her how to turn it on, but again, previous to taking this class, I knew this class was given in English.
Entonces yo lo acepté porque yo entiendo el inglés, pero no lo puedo hablar.
So I accepted. I took this class because I actually understand English. I just can't speak it.
Y yo entendía la clase que daba la maestra.
And I understood the class as it was taught by the teacher.
Entonces en mi teléfono escribí para el traductor, escribí a la maestra diciéndole de que por favor no me hiciera preguntas porque yo no iba a poder contestarle, pero que sí yo entendía todas las clases que ella daba.
So with the help of my translator on my phone, I wrote to the teacher to please not ask me any questions because I wouldn't be able to answer, but that I was understanding everything that she was teaching.
Las 2 estudiantes que entraron, yo las invité porque eran de mi iglesia y le dije que para que ellas estudiaran porque también tenían los niños en su casa que estaban también virtuales y para que ellas lo vigilaran.
Both new students, I actually invited them from my church because they also had their children at home using the computers for the virtual classes, and I told them that it was good to learn so that they could keep track of what the kids were doing on the computer.
Entonces, cuando yo miré que ellas no sabían ni prender la computadora ni nada, entonces yo, escondido así de la maestra que no me mirara, yo le decía cómo prenderla, cómo irse donde ella decía, pero en una de esas ella me miró y yo siento que me avergonzó porque dijo que en su clase no teníamos por qué hablar español y dijo más cosas, pero entonces ya me quedé calladita y entonces cada vez que ellas me pedían ayuda yo trataba de hacerlo cuando ella no me mirara.
So discreetly, I was telling them how to turn on the computer so that she couldn't hear me, and I was telling them what to do, but then she saw me, and then Continúe, por favor.
Ok, debido a eso, encontré una escuela en Bloomington que dan clases de computadora.
After that incident, I found a school in Bloomington that teaches computer classes.
Y los 10 sábados, por 3 horas, me salían $300.
¿Por 3 horas?
Por 3 horas cada sábado y fueron 10 sábados.
So for 10 Saturdays, 3 hours on Saturday, I ended up paying $300.
Y tomé la clase, tengo 2 diplomas de esa escuela.
I took the class and I got 2 diplomas from that school.
Y gracias a Dios porque por lo que hizo la maestra me motivó a buscar más y gracias a Dios esto me ha abierto puertas porque en mi iglesia.
And thanks to what the teacher did, this motivated me to look for other resources and for me to learn more because in my church,
En mi iglesia el cargo que yo tengo necesitaba Excel.
Because the role that I have at my church, I needed to know how to use Excel.
Y tenemos un instituto bíblico donde damos clases para consejería y teología.
And we have a Bible Institute where we give classes for theology and counseling.
Y gracias a Dios que eso me ayudó y le doy gracias a Dios a la maestra que se portó así conmigo porque eso me empujó a buscar un lugar donde yo estudiara.
And I thank God and I thank the teacher that she treated me like that because that pushed me to look for a place where I could go and learn.
Y ahí tengo mis 2 diplomas.
And I have 2 of my diplomas there.
Y pero le he dicho a las demás madres, pero me duele de que yo lo hice con mucho sacrificio, pagar $600 por 2 diplomas, pero que ahora me ha abierto puertas, pero yo quiero ahora para ayudarle a las demás madres.
I tell the other parents, because it was a huge sacrifice for me to pay $600 to get those 2 classes, but now I tell the other parents.
para que tengamos, si ustedes nos ayudan, por favor, que tengamos una clase en español de computadora para las madres. Y yo le aseguro que yo le voy a buscar muchas madres, porque hay muchas madres que quieren salir adelante también.
So that if you can help us get a Spanish computer class, I guarantee you, I promise you, I'll bring a lot of mothers, because I can get you a lot of mothers to come here.
Tengo 65 años,
I'm 65 years old,
pero yo sé que nunca terminamos de aprender.
but I know that we never stop learning.
That's
Y quiero sacar mi diploma de GED y no lo saqué porque en enero que yo tenía ya programado mis exámenes,
And I want to get my GED. I didn't get it because in January, when I was already planning on taking the test,
mi hermana se enfermó y se nos murió en ese mes.
my sister
Y mi
Gabriela
mente quedó en
passed
blanco
away
y por
in
eso
that
no
month.
hice mis exámenes, pero gracias a Dios voy a seguir adelante.
And my mind wasn't all there, and I couldn't take the exams. But with God's help, I'll continue moving forward.
Muchas gracias, Dios les bendiga.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
That's all we have.
Gracias, thank you. Nomás quería aclarar algo. I just would like to clarify something. Este distrito y esta mesa directiva, this district and this board supports you, los apoya y en ningún tiempo estábamos en contra del programa de GED en español, en ningún tiempo. At no time was this board against having a Spanish GED program. We're here to support you. Estamos aquí para apoyarlos como podamos, however we can. And thank you for bringing your concerns forward to us. Gracias por traer sus preocupaciones aquí a compartirlas con nosotros. Pero nomás quiero aclarar que en ningún tiempo esta mesa directiva ni líderes de este distrito estaba en contra de un programa bilingüe o en español de GED. I just want to clarify that at no time was this board or the leadership of this district against a Spanish GED program. As a matter of fact, al contrario, el plan ya estaba desde hace mucho tiempo, pero las cosas toman tiempo. As a matter of fact, the idea of having a Spanish GED program has been around for a long time. It just takes time to get things done. So we'll continue to support you in however we can, and feel free to visit us, contact us, come to the board meetings whenever you like. Por favor, con todo gusto, están bienvenidos en nuestras juntas. Pueden comunicarse con nosotros cuando gusten, y están bienvenidos aquí también a nuestras juntas. Thank you for coming here tonight. Muchas gracias por venir. Siento mucho, señora, por la falta de respeto que usted experienció. I really feel bad that to the elder here who had to experience a bad situation. I think many of us who have felt discrimination or been discriminated against can relate to how ugly it feels. So we apologize, and we will do everything that we can to make sure that it doesn't happen to anybody.
Translate this. I'm glad you turned that lemon into lemonade. We're so proud of you. How you say that?
Que está bien orgullosa de ustedes que hicieron limonada de limones. Pero lo que acabo de decir que muchos de nosotros que hemos sentido lo que es sentir discriminación en un tiempo en nuestra vida, ¿verdad? Sabemos qué feo se siente y nos sentimos mal que tuvo que experienciar eso, pero vamos a hacer todo lo posible para tratar de evitar esas cosas. Pero qué bueno que usted tuvo el coraje para seguir adelante y no desanimarse. It's a good thing you have the courage to continue to move forward and not let that hold you back. So normally we have a 20-minute limit on any one subject, but you guys never come here. You guys hardly ever visit us, so we welcome you, and please continue to be involved with your schools, with the adult school program, with the board meetings, and we'll continue to try to help in whatever way that we can. Any other comments?
Yes, just for the record, I counted the slips. They amounted to 18 minutes, which is
Okay.
still within the 20 minutes. There's the translated part that added double the minutes.
Okay. And with that, we go on to comments on the agenda.
We do. We have three. I'm not sure if they're repeats, but we have Erika Cruz, Carlos Nava, and Melina Hernandez. Okay. They filled out both on
Okay.
the agenda, and
No-
but
no
they've
worries.
already spoken.
Okay. All right. Pues muchísimas gracias otra vez por venir. Thank you very much for visiting us here tonight. So. Next, we go to comments from the superintendent, C3.
Just quickly, congratulations to the students who were recognized earlier today: Victoria Silva, Michaela Thomas, Catherine Virgen, and Michaela Subizarreta for their participation in the PTA contest, and also the staff from Nutrition Services for their recognition and all the hard work that they continue to do for our students and families here in our district and community. I also want to just thank Priscilla Aldana and Marina Gutierrez. These are two students from Carter High School, graduated this school year, were not able to join us at the Toyota Arena due to circumstances, but were able to work something out with our school principal, Robin McMillan, and we were able to participate with some staff from here from the district at a makeshift ceremony, graduation ceremony, cap and gown, music, pomp and circumstance, video and photos for them to experience the thrill of graduating from high school. And congratulations again to those students for having the courage to continue to have a graduation ceremony for themselves. Additionally, I want to thank the families, the parents who came here to speak today. We have taken notes and we'll be discussing other requests with staff tomorrow to see what it is that we need to do in order to make that right. With that, just want to wish Board Member Dina Walker a happy birthday this coming Monday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dina Walker. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is all I have.
Thank you. Next, we go to comments from members of the Board of Education, and we'll begin with ladies first. Ms. O'Callaghan, would you like to go first?
I just want to congratulate those adorable Boyd Bulldogs that were honored earlier today for their participation in the Rialto PTA Reflections Program. We're very proud of you and everything you did, so that's wonderful. And of course, I have to congratulate our fabulous Nutrition Services Department. That trophy they got was from Senator Connie Leyva for being one of her terrific 20 of Senate District 20. So that was pretty impressive award. So we were wonderful. We were always proud of them. But anyway, just want to congratulate them all again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to Ms. Walker.
Oh, thank you. Again, always glad to hear about the great things that happen in Rialto Unified and the awards and everything. I want to say thank you to the parents who came out from the GED program for the Spanish, because first of all, I'm going to thank the organizer. It's just amazing what happens when we give people information, build their skills and everything. And so I want to thank you for organizing your parents to come in and make sure that their voices are heard for a program that is so impactful. And it's not just about the parents, because it's our community. So you all are our community. Whether you have a student in our district or not, you are a part of our community. And it is so valuable, this program, and it's what it's doing for you. I want to say not only for, I'm going to talk about the ladies first, the madres. Because we know that it's the madres, it's the moms of the family who we guide the education, right? We are the ones who set what's going to happen in our families and our communities. And the more education we have, the better success our families has, the more success our community has. And so I just applaud you for sticking to it. Where's our elder mom, where she just went, that she still was not deterred, and she said that she's gonna bring some more folk, and don't get her twisted. She knows that she need to learn Excel for her other job. So I applaud you for sticking to it, being a model as well, and all of you for standing with each other. And the other, for the gentleman who spoke first. I know sometimes it's hard to be in an environment where there's a whole lot of ladies doing some things too. So for you being, you know, part of your classmates and standing with them as well, and being supportive, not only of what you are doing, but what they're doing. But for all of you guys, I am just so excited about what has happened, because I was there. I remember when we first started and said, oh, we can do this, because I wasn't on that way. If somebody was saying we weren't gonna do this, that was before I got on the board, because it's a wrap, we're doing it, right? So, right, so, I don't know what you heard, it was wrong, so.
Must have been a long time ago.
Yes, exactly. So I'm just glad that you guys are examples of what is going on and the good that it has. Now, I say that to say, Miss Erica mentioned the word, and I don't know if she actually said this or the translator just translated to that, but she used the word, I belong to Rialto Unified. Belong to Rialto Unified, right? And in that sense, if you belong to Rialto Unified, it's important for these milestones and the achievements that you have, that you always feel a sense of belonging. And so whether that's in our programs or the graduations, you feel that you belong. This gets to this piece about equity, because this is a program, and we understand that it's not that the Spanish side of the GED was just something, it's not an add-on. You belong. It's a we. Right? This is our program, not our as in the board members and the staff. It is our as in you and me, us. It's our program. So we want to make sure that the program is representative of you, right? Because it's us, it's we. And so whatever we need to do, and I know Dr. Avila just said to take in some notes, that we'll do to make sure that there is equitable representation and celebration on these milestones. So thank you again for spending your time tonight. Love it, love it. Keep organizing. Thank you.
Y antes de que se
And
vayan,
thank you for my birthday
hay que
song.
tomar una foto. Before you leave, let's take a picture. Come
Look
on,
at-
come on, come on, board. Come on.
Be here till 11.
Y aunque no se hayan peinado, vénganse.
No, sí se peinaron todos.
No. Nubia. Okay, it's a live meeting. One up, one up. Everyone come on up real quick. Closer.
Why do I feel so tall?
Y con tacones. Está muy chiquito. No, Erika está escondida atrás.
Doctor of Mathematics, you spoke it into existence, and it will be.
Yes.
It will be.
Thank you as well. Thank you as well.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
Vamos a arreglar y quiero que regrese a los próximos.
Look at his face, like, what? My boardroom has turned into. Hey, look at.
Graduation party. Hey, it will never too late.
Good job, man. Gracias.
All right. Next, we go to our very own Vice President, Ms. Lewis.
Okay, I don't have much to say, but I do want to leave you with this quote is, leaders, they set out to make a difference. It's never about the role. It's always about the goal.
I like that one.
And our goal is high.
All right. Excellent.
Could you say that again? It's not about the role.
No, it's about the goal.
It's a good one. It's a good one. All right. Did you want to add anything else? All right. I'll try to. Next, we go to Mr. Martinez.
You're Mr. Martinez for the night.
And this okay?
All right. I just wanted to say that to the public, we work for you. So you have needs as this community members came in, and they told us what they needed, what they wanted. So we'll work on that. Sometimes the problem and delay is we don't have a person who's able to teach something in the language requested. That may be part of it. Usually money isn't all that much different for us. It's a class we need it taught for our community. We're working for you again. And thank you for bringing it to our attention. That's it for the night.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And, well, I just want to also congratulate everybody who was recognized tonight. Of course, the PTA, thank the PTA Council for the Reflections Program, and congrats to the Boyd students. Congratulations again to Nutrition Services. I can't thank them enough. I went to a barbecue, was it last Friday? At Frisbee Park, the newly renovated Frisbee Park. And they had they had an event there. They had a barbecue for the community. They had vendors. They had not vendors selling stuff. They what do they call it?
Resource fair.
Yeah, they had a resource fair. They had a lot of different groups and organizations giving stuff out, giving a lot of good information. People from the county, people from everybody from the CHP was there, to our own departments, safety and security. They had college resources. They had just nutrition resources. A lot of good information. It was about 115 degrees, I want to say. So it was hot, but they were roasting corn. They were making burgers. The community was really having a good time, and just to see the staff, the district's employees there working, in that heat, sacrificing the comfort of air conditioning to be out there to serve, just brings a good feeling to me as a parent and as a board member. So thank them. I want to thank them and everyone involved that took place and that took part in that barbecue and who were able to go to support. The other thing is in regards to the speakers today who came from the Spanish GED program here and at our adult school, to listen to some of the things that they were saying, some of their stories, it's very amazing, their perseverance, their dedication to better themselves, to learn, to acquire more knowledge, to learn English, to want to take computer classes. you know, for them, even to some of them that have graduated with the GED, to go on to take colleges at the community college, take courses at the community college. It's amazing, you know, and for them to still be involved, helping their peers, you know, and just to really come and testify to how much it's benefited them, the Spanish GED program, and even to petition us to help them with, you know, a computer course and other things that we can do to make things better for them, make it more challenging for them. So muchas gracias, thank you to them for coming out again. I heard some really loud thunder earlier, so I don't know if it's pouring outside, but it felt like the walls and the ceiling was gonna cave in here. It's been a long night, it's 10 o'clock, so I'm just gonna wrap it up and let's get this over with here. So thank you, everybody. Now we go to D.
Make a
Open pub-
motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. And it's a notice of consideration of approving a change in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Government Code Section 65995 and Education Code Section 17620. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65995 and Education Code Section 17620, report entitled 2022 School Fee Justification Study was prepared pursuant to and in accordance with applicable law, which includes information and analysis demonstrating the relationship between new residential and commercial industrial development and the school district's need for the construction of school facilities, the estimated cost of the school facilities, and justification for the levy of level 1 school fees on new residential and commercial industrial development. Any questions or comments? Do we have any speakers wishing to speak for this public hearing?
We do not.
All right. Vote by board members?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The time is 9:58.
Make a
And
motion to close public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Callaghan?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Time is 9:59. Okay, and then we have item D3, open public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Vote by board members.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Time is 9:59. And this is pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the attached form for public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, statutes of 1991, chapter 1213, as revised by AB 2756, statutes of 2004, chapter 25, government code 3547.5, between the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education and the Rialto Education Association, is hereby posted in compliance with legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any speakers wishing to speak on this public hearing?
We do not.
Move to close public hearing.
Comment.
Second.
Comment. For those interested in where the money for public education goes, this is one of the most important documents you can look at. It's in the narrative at the back of this agenda and on page 36. You are looking for AB 1200. It's been renamed several things. But again, if you're interested in where your money goes, this is the document to look at. It comes out a couple of times, well, once a year. And also with each negotiation. It's late. I may have misstated that last thing. Anyway, it's on page 36 of this agenda. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Walker?
Oh, aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Time is 10 o'clock. Consent calendar items. E, all items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar items.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. O'Kelly. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. That takes us over to discussion action items.
That's it.
We got a lot of reading to do right now. Let's go. F1, resolution number 212248, adopt statutory school fees imposed on residential and commercial industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code Section 17620, Level 1 fees. Do we have a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
Second.
All right, and it's just to adopt a resolution directing the superintendent or his or her designee to file a certified copy of this resolution together with all relevant supporting documentation and a map clearly indicating the boundaries of the area subject to the fee to each city and each county in which the district is situated pursuant to Education Code Section 17621. Questions or comments?
Nope.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Item F2, agreement with Amplified It to purchase Google Workspace for educational licenses. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. And it's just an annual purchase of Google Workspace for education licenses from Amplified It, or IT, from August 8, 2022 through August 7, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $60,000 and to be paid from by the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye.
And I didn't vote, so
I'm
aye.
sorry, Mr. Martinez.
Aye.
F3, agreement with Think Together Inc. to provide after-school education and safety, ACES program. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Approve an agreement with Think Together Inc., a nonprofit corporation, to provide the after-school educational and safety program at 18 elementary and 5 middle school sites in the district effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $3,711,559.04 to be paid from the ACES grant fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F4, agreement with Care Solis. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And it's to approve a renewal agreement with Care Solis to provide Rialto Unified School District with 24-hour care coordination assistance with assessing qualified mental health care providers and determining provider availability for students and their families effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $73,500 and to be paid for from the general fund. Questions or comments?
Comment. I would just like the public to know that 452 families have been served and received referrals. So we're serious about the wellness and providing support systems for mental health. So they're utilizing this program.
That's very good to know. Thank you.
And thank you to the staff for referring it and getting the words out to the families.
Thank you, staff. Thank you. Next, we go to vote. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F5, agreement with Power School Group LLC for,
Who knew it?
who knew it? Software. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Some of these names of some of these companies. Approve a renewal agreement with Power School Group for Who Knew It software effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $201,550 to be paid for from the general fund. Comments or questions? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Who knew it?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis? Mr. Martinez, was that an aye?
Aye.
Okay. And myself, aye. F6, agreement with Curriculum Associates for iReady Instruction and Professional Development. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Approve and a renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates for the Math and ELA iReady Instruction Program at the elementary and middle schools listed in the attachment, effective August 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a total not to exceed $352,502.85, and to be paid from the general fund. Cite Title I. Questions or comments? I just want to comment. I don't know why they throw in the 4 cents or 2 cents or 85 cents. It's like, when you're dealing with that much money, does those cents matter?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Other questions or comments? A vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to F7, agreement with Practical Medical Local Education Agency Billing Option Program. Do we have a motion?
So
Do
moved.
we have a second?
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with Practical Medical Local Education Agency Billing Option Program to provide medical billing effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $67,543 and to be paid for from the general fund, LEA Medical Fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly? And Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F8, agreement with Remind. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. To approve a renewal agreement with Remind effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $65,250 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F9, agreement with Text Help Software. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's to approve a renewal agreement with Read and Write and Equato?
Looks
Somebody
like
correct me?
Equal
Equagio? Equagio from Text Help, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $59,990.64 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments?
Nope.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
And Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F10, agreement with Ultrasound Audio, Inc. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And it's to approve an agreement with Ultrasound Audio, Inc. to install sound equipment. Ultrasound Audio, Inc. has been servicing Rialto Unified School District and its schools and facilitating events such as prom, middle school promotions, and high school graduations. The installment is to upgrade the sound system in a 62-year-old gym. This will provide better communication during school events, focusing on parent engagement for the 2022-2023 school year at Eisenhower High School
Yay.
at a cost not to exceed $59,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments?
It's about time.
I think it's about 62 years old time. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F11, agreement with Open Arms.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. To approve a renewal agreement to utilize with Open Arms to provide outreach and supportive housing services to Rialto Unified School District families, including those that have been approved for the 3-month emergency stay at the Wood Spring Suites for the term of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. The agreement will be for 40 families at a cost not to exceed $140,000 total and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments?
Comment.
Ms. Lewis?
Just received the data that they've been working with 30 families, 9 families permanently housed, 4 pending, and 4 applications. So the case management part, you never want to put someone in a hotel to nowhere. So this is critical.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Miss Lewis. You do you. You go and research this stuff, and you get the answers you need, and you ask the questions you want.
That means we're paying for 10 families to not be there.
Any other questions or comments? And just thank you to the staff, everybody involved with this. This is something we don't have to do, but our district is choosing to do it, so.
This board decided to. We're supporting the community.
So thank you, Dr. Avila, and your team and everybody involved with this. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F12, agreement with Wood Spring Suites. Motion?
So move.
Second.
And it's to approve a renewal agreement with Wood Spring Suites to continue providing an adequate living facility for RUSD unsheltered students effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. The agreement will be for a 3-month stay per family. The agent, child welfare, and attendants will have the flexibility to extend the stay of a family at the Wood Spring Suites if determined by need at a cost not to exceed $250,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments?
Comment?
Okay.
24, congratulations that are no longer living in their cars. They had a place to stay, and with the two working together. Thank you, district, for looking out.
I'm gonna start asking you questions, Ms. Lewis. I'm gonna start getting my information from
It's
you.
the goal, it's not the person. It's not the district's goals.
No, I'm just kidding. No, that's wonderful. That's awesome. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F13, agreement with Behavioral Autism Therapies, LLC.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And it's to approve a renewal agreement with Behavioral Autism Therapies, LLC to provide applied behavioral analysis aids during the 2022-2023 school year effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $400,000 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments?
$30,770 each, average.
It's behavioral autism therapy.
It needs to happen, no doubt.
Yeah,
This perfect time for me to rail on Sacramento again. Unfunded mandate. We end up having to do it. We get reimbursed in about, I believe that's a year and a half, and not 100%. So
And
Ms. Romo, could you share a little bit?
well, let me share this fact. About 20% of your NASA space are autistic.
Got
About
it.
30%. So at one point in their life, a school district sacrificed and put that ADA when they were young.
Mhm.
And so you can look at this, we're training our future single focus type careers with this technology. So glass is full now, not half full.
Thank you. No, and
All right.
Mr. Martinez, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
These are services we need to provide. Ms. Romo, did you want to chime in on how it works?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Medi-Cal.
Let me start again. So I've been in the district for 10 years and we have submitted claims. They've yet to be funded.
Oh,
So
God.
the state is very behind on funding them. So Mr. Martinez is correct in that we can claim, but the likelihood of us being reimbursed is very small.
Now I really ranted. I know who to call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F14, agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training.
So move.
Second.
Thank you, and it's to approve a renewal agreement with Autism Spectrum Intervention Services and Training to provide non-public agency one-on-one aids for students effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $400,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
40,000 each, unfunded mandate. Come on, Sacramento, you can do better.
I agree. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to F15, agreement with Think Together, Inc. to provide an after-school expanded learning program at Fitzgerald Elementary School. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And it's to approve the agreement with Think Together to provide after-school expanded learning program at Fitzgerald effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 at a cost not to exceed $192,602 and to be paid from the ELOP fund.
ELOP. Expanded Learning
Opportunities.
opportunities.
I was gonna say
Program.
ELOP, but, okay. Do we have, any questions or comments? And remember, this has to be paid for, separately because Fitzgerald does not qualify for
Right.
the after-school program. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly, Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F16, agreement with Blackboard Inc. Do we have,
So moved.
Second.
it's approved, renewal agreement with Blackboard Inc. to assist with communication with all education stakeholders for general and emergency needs, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $75,190, and to be paid from the general fund, Title I. So just for everyone's information, I believe this is the automated call service that calls every day at 5 or 6 o'clock and says, "Good evening. This message will be repeated in Spanish." And it's very informational, and it's a good way to get the information out. So, any other questions or comments?
And another good way is the Remind app that we
That
make
works. That
available.
works good as well. That works good too.
So do I.
Especially when during a board meeting and we're getting those Blackbird calls during the board meeting. Right. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F17, agreement with Edmentum for Apex Learning High School courses.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. For unlimited licenses for Apex Learning at a high school, at all high schools and for any high school student, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $112,086.20, and to be paid for from the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F18, agreement with ACES Education and Interpreting Services. Do we have a motion?
So
Do
moved.
we have a second? It's to approve a renewal agreement with ACES Education and Interpreting Services to support students with hearing impairments and parents as needed with American Sign Language dictation interpreting services July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $400,000 and to be paid for from the general fund. Questions or comments?
I believe
Comment.
this is the first time we're having this?
No,
No.
Oh,
no, this
okay.
is standard annually. But Eisenhower High School will be implementing a pathway
Yes.
for this, so that hopefully in the very near future, we'll have a resource of certified interpreters from our own district.
Excellent.
It was good to see him at the graduation.
Yes, it was.
All right, Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F19. We got till 27 to go. All right. Nobody's counting. But, agreement with Stepping Stones Group LLC. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's a renewal agreement with Stepping Stones Group LLC, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $150,000 to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F20, agreement with Therapy Travelers LLC and 3 Chords, Inc. Is that right? 3 Chords?
Yep.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
And it's to approve a renewal agreement effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, at a cost not to exceed $150,000. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
In favor?
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F21, approve local control accountability plan outcap for fiscal year 2022-2023.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. And it's to approve it with the purpose of identifying and meeting annual goals for all students with specific actions and services to address state and local priorities. Questions or comments?
$100.7 million increase.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, just a reminder that this the version that you received at the previous board meeting will be different from this one with the noted changes.
Appreciate it. I'm glad we're moving up.
Thank you.
Woo.
Does anybody have a cup of coffee?
Right. I'm getting delirious.
I'm just joking.
So,
All right. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
in favor.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-22, adoption of budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. That's to adopt the fiscal year budget, including commitment of funds and all stated conditions for the following funds: general fund, adult education, child development, cafeteria, deferred maintenance, capital facilities, state school building and modernization, special reserve, bond interest and redemption, and building fund at no cost to the district. Questions or comments?
Thank you to Fiscal for all their information and hard work. Romo and Company.
Thank you, Ms. Romo. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-23, tentative settlement agreement between Rialto Unified School District and the Rialto Education Association. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have
Second.
a second? And it's it's to approve it for this school year 2022-2023. Questions or comments?
Information is available on page 39 as AB 1200.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-24, salary increase of 6.56% and one-time bonus of 2%. Employee-based salary off the schedule for certificated and, and classified management, supervisory, confidential, and contract management employees. So we have,
Move to approve.
Second.
thank you. And it would be effective July 1st, 2022, at a cost of $2,244,233, and to be paid from the general fund, adult fund, child development fund, and child nutrition fund. Questions or comments? Vote by board members. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Kelly? Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-25, administrative hearing. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
And it's in regard to case number 21-22-81. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-26, stipulated expulsions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, and it's case numbers 21-22-84, 21-22-82. Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. F-27, reinstatement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, and that's case number 21-22-30. Vote by board members, Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Mr. Martinez,
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly,
Aye.
and Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Item G, adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on July 13, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Castellanos Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meetings are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Martinez?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. The time is 10:25.